Test, 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 test. Oh my god. Good evening, guys. Hi, hi. Yes. Happy fucking Friday, guys. Excuse me, Satsun. Hope you guys are a wonderful evening so far. Tonight, guys, we're going to be doing more of... I don't know, actually. I have no idea where we're going tonight. We're going to be taking a look at the... Oh, I forgot to make a going live message. Take a look at the 9800X3D review at the beginning here. Good evening, one. Let's see. I think we're going to do camera tonight. Yeah, there we go. At least for the podcast. The podcast, I suspect, will be longer than normal. So... do it. Crypto gambling. I see. Unfortunately, I'm not very lucky, and as such, gambling usually does not go my way. I generally, even when odds are in my, not even odds are in my favor, when I'm doing things correct, stuff still goes wrong. So, as offline guys, the last couple days, that is mainly due to the fact that well, not just due to the fact, I took a couple days off, and then I also got banned. I got suspended in World of Warcraft for, quote-unquote, your mom like it slow. Yeah. I typed an innuendo in a moment of laxity, guys. I typed an innuendo in trade chat and instantly got DGen Karens that banned me. And unfortunately, you can't actually talk about bans anywhere. On the official forums, they will basically remove the post or ban you. They'll remove the post or ban you. And the handful of posts about suspensions on the Blizzard forums that they leave up are the ones where basically the customer service goes through and finds out the guy's just basically a piece of shit, right? They just lie, right? They just lie. So the only ones that they'll leave up, it creates a one-sided narrative where they're always right, and that's pretty much it. Pretty absurd. Yeah, so I got suspended for typing your mom like it's slow. Yeah, no jokes. Absolutely no fucking joke. Yeah, and there's nowhere you can talk about it, and there's nowhere to discuss the post because everywhere you post them is stuff that places where Blizzard has basically control of whatever's posted there. I tried last night on the WoW Reddits, and 5 hours later, one of the moderators removed it, not because it wasn't uncivil. They quote-unquote removed it because... Here, I can even show you guys. They quote-unquote removed it because I was asking for help. Like a help ticket. Yeah. Yeah, not even fucking joking with you guys. So, surprisingly, I actually have a positive upvote ratio. I did not expect that. Yeah, so here you guys go. This is the literally what I was banned for. And the kind of people, guys, they zero tolerance. Always should be banned no matter what. And a lot of these people, I'd say 95% of the people in the post here that I actually hear, by the way, is yeah, that's the response I got, which no one else can see, by the way, because they don't want people to see that basically they removed it for some stupid reason that isn't actually what the post was removed for. Yeah, so they actually actively try to dissuade people from noticing that basically it was removed for an absolute bullshit reason. Yeah. Yeah, 95% of the people in this thread didn't actually know that you can actually be suspended for swearing. Yeah, World of Warcraft, you can get suspended for swearing. If you didn't know, it's against the TOS. It is vulgar language. It is in the TOS, which I knew, and that's not why I got suspended, mind you, because I didn't swear. It was because it was crass, and I said it once, and the moment I said it, the Karens on my server immediately caught it. So I joke on my server all the time about the DGen Karens that have nothing better to do except for push a button. and straight to the point is right here. Yeah. So my account got suspended, and basically that's pretty much it for our playthrough at this time. So next expansion pack we'll play through again. It's not uncommon, guys, as I mentioned before. I only play WoW for about 2 weeks to 4 weeks per expansion. This is probably the longest I played it, mainly because there's nothing else to play, which is what we're going to talk about here in a second, which is I don't have any idea what the fuck to play. So, yeah, gamble. I don't think I'm going to gamble. Yeah, gambling does not work out for me. It never has. It is absolutely, like, if I've ever thrown dice, it's never worked in my favor. It's just, I didn't get the luck stat, so, I mean, maybe I did, because I exist and I can stream, like, 6 hours a day. Well, like, most of the time. This is the longest I've taken a break in years, actually. I mean, I've taken, like, 1 to 2 days off, maybe in the last couple months per week, right? But this is the longest I've actually taken off is, like, 5 days. 4 days I took off. Longest I've taken off in years. I don't remember the last time. COVID. No, even COVID I was streaming, and I stopped. I took less time off when I got sick with COVID, like in September. Yeah, don't you? Yeah, it's and like some of the people, like some of the really, like shit like this. People love stuff like this. The knee-jerk responses, by the way. Don't be coy. You know what you did. What did I do? So this implies I did something that I didn't say, by the way. And the message right here is legit the exact message I got banned for. Like legit the exact message I got banned for, guys. And this guy posts this like I somehow was hiding something and I didn't actually state how I got banned, right? And of course all the shit gets upvoted, by the way. All my posts got downvoted into oblivion. There's like literally people just went through and downvoted everything I responded with. So that's just the way it is. And it has nothing to do with being crass or arguing in a really, really uncivil manner or anything like that, which, by the way, I would have got banned for. Good evening, James. Which, by the way, I would have got banned for, but I didn't, right? It's your mom like it slow. That is exactly what I got suspension for in WoW. Your mom like it slow. That's it. And by the way, this was not directed at anyone. It was a your mom joke, a meme. Your mom joke. And the person I basically said it to said something like, I like slowing down, taking time with your mom or something like that. It was kind of like, you know, kind of innocent, and I just reworded it. It's basically what it came down to. And I thought it was hilarious, and it was hilarious, and I'm sure the GM that was responding to this, by the way, also thought it was fucking hilarious. But yeah, I got an infraction for your mom joke. and let's just put this into context, by the way, guys. Let's put this into context here, since I don't have anything better to do anyways. We'll talk about this for a second. What is allowed in PG-13 movies? What is allowed in a PG-13 movie? PG-13 movie may contain some of all the following content: stronger language, extended violence, sexual situations, and drug use. It also can include, what is it, a moderate nudity? Like small amounts of nudity. Yeah. And drug use, by the way. Let's see. What is allowed in a teen game? Violence, suggestive themes, crude humor. That's crass, by the way. That's innuendo. Crude humor, minimal blood, simulated gambling, and frequent use of strong language. So you can swear. Yeah. What is WoW's rating? ESRB rating. It's teen, by the way. Oh, that's World of Warships. It is rated teen. There is innuendo in Disney movies. G-rated Disney movies. There's innuendo in G-rated Disney movies. I got a suspension. Innuendo. I didn't say I want to fuck your mom, by the way. I didn't use strong language. I said something with innuendo in it, and it got me bad. Yeah, what a joke, yeah. And like all the posts that agree with that are immediately downvoted to the bottom. By the way, guys, just a political bit here. Because I'm centrist, centrism is not about being absolutely centered. It's not about being neutral. It is about being left or right on issues. So I'll lean left or right depending on what the issue is. During this political cycle, what I've learned, based on behavior warnings in World of Warcraft, is the only time I would get reported is when I would say something supporting the right. So if I was talking about right-leaning argument, and I was pro-right-leaning, is the only time I'd receive behavior warnings in World of Warcraft. And because I am very outspoken, obviously I talk about a bunch of different topic matter. Left-leaning topic matter, if I support left-leaning or I'm anti-right on a topic, I won't receive behavior warnings. And if you guys have been keeping up with the media, by the way, the Trump election is over at this point, and that's actually no surprise. It's actually kind of ridiculous how bent out of shape, how much people exploded on social media, like people freaking out and losing their minds sort of shit. And it's pretty clear that people were inside echo chambers where they didn't think that Trump had any possibility of winning. I wouldn't say, I thought it was, if Biden, by the way, was still in the race, he probably would have, it would have been a closer race. And if RFK was endorsed after he dropped out, if RFK basically ran a primary, which is what a lot of Dems wanted, ran a primary, he probably would have won the election as well. The Dems would have endorsed him and he would have won the election. Like, straight up just won the election. But instead they pushed Harris into the spotlight and just kind of crammed her in there constantly, despite the fact she basically has no leadership skills in any way, shape, or form. You might go, no, that's not true, I watched the debate. I watched the debate too. The weird thing was, about the debate, guys, was the fact that if you've watched any of her other speeches she's given, or talked in public, or interviews she's given, she's a dolt. I don't even know, like, I don't want to be really, really, like, mean. She's an idiot. She's really, really fucking stupid. And just watch the interviews. She can't, well, Biden basically clearly had some sort of senile dementia thing going on, right? He couldn't make words properly. She's basically the same way, only she's a fully functional, like, 40-year-old or something. Yeah, it just, like, the weird thing was, the debate was, she hands down won the debate, by the way, a complete, absolute outlier, and that also made things weird. It also made things really, really fucking weird. And while I didn't initially believe it, after watching more of her stuff, it's pretty clear she was wearing an earpiece. Like, the conspiracy theory far right was saying, oh, she had earrings on that were earpieces. The fact that she can't actually have any sort of meaningful conversation outside of the debate was a pretty clear testament that she was wearing an earpiece. She has no idea what to say outside of what's being told to her. But yeah, like, it was pretty clear that, you know, outside of this, there's like a bunch of small things. I voted right because of censorship. There's a lot of things that popped up of her talking about censorship, specifically for misinformation, malinformation, and disinformation. And the thing about that is, depending on what part is in control, whoever's in control, they can deem what is misinformation, malinformation, or disinformation. That is, someone decides what that is. And you go, oh, that's you know, the scientists will figure it out, right? Yeah, sure. But the thing is, like, let's say with COVID, there were people on both left and right that came up with their own sources and own scientists that said exactly, you know, like, opposite things. We aren't going to get into COVID. But the idea is you can come up with some sort of body that will basically just agree with your position. So you go, oh, you know, it works great, right? Because just censor the right because they're saying the wrong things. What happens if the right is in control, which is what's happening right now, right? Trump's the president now. So what happens, guys, if Trump is in control and he deems what you say on the left as misinformation, malinformation, or disinformation? You don't want that, right? No one should ever want censorship. You should never, ever, ever want censorship, because that's the moment you can't talk about stuff anymore, is when you get censored. That's when you know, like, we're actually just talking about me being censored, basically, because I said your mom like it slow. Just to complete it, but it's really weird. The whole reason I brought it up is because it's really weird how the left really aligns with the idea of censorship. They really, really like the idea of censoring people because they feel they don't deserve to talk, which is absurd. That's an absurd entitlement, by the way. You know, you might not like what people want to say, and they might be saying mean things or whatever, but not wanting someone to talk, you feel entitled to stop someone from talking, is ludicrous. That is absolutely bonkers. You disliking someone should not remove their right from talking. That's not the way it works. You know, people talk. There's a couple different posts in here that are saying, oh, you know, fuck around, find out, right? Sort of thing, right? But that implies that basically you're just always right, right? It's just mob rule. You're right because I basically said something you didn't like and you just removed it. It was just that. It was just purely that. But in the case of left and right with politics, if the right is in control now, do you want censorship now? I guarantee you they don't. The weird thing is, guys, your mom likes it slow too. You'll have to introduce me to your mom. The weird thing is, with this election, the turncoats, the people that just 180'd on topic matter the moment Trump was elected is insane. Like the amount of people on the far left that I now see very much being pro-gun, which has generally been something they've been very much against, is insane. And like, oh, look at me, I just bought a new gun sort of thing. I'm sure you've seen it all over social media. And like I'm for responsible gun ownership, by the way. I believe, if you should lock up your guns if you have them. Don't, obviously, if you have kids, make sure they're locked up. And you should be responsible for your firearms. So, I don't really have a problem with that. But the weird thing is, like, you have really, like, far-left people that were super anti-gun. The moment Trump gets elected, they're like, oh my god, I need a gun now. One of those things, even though they don't. But that's what they think they need. And they just immediately they 180'd on just shit like that, just out of nowhere. Absolutely insane. And then you have the denial shit, too, which is, like, the social media. You'll have a bunch of people... a lot of rhetoric I've seen out of the left after basically Trump won was basically the left didn't have enough say in the right spots. So if they bought posts and ad time on left or right-leaning political networks or on Twitter, they would have done better. That's bullshit, by the way. They just didn't. The whole reason people didn't vote for the left was because basically they scared them out. The left just completely ostracized, especially guys, especially young guys. The left just completely ostracized men. And like if on the far left, if you've listened to women, especially feminists, they fucking hate guys. It's the way it goes. It's misandry. And if you bring it up, you're sexist for not liking being hated. And you're like, no, I don't want women to hate me. Like misandry, not like me, but I don't want women to actively hate me because I'm a guy. Sexism's bad, right? But it's weird how it's just turned into this thing, and they were pushing it so hard. They not only drove people, because Trump won the popular vote. He didn't even win the popular vote in 16? Was it 16? He didn't even win the popular vote in 16. He didn't even win the popular vote in 16. Imagine how bad, especially considering how politically charged it is and how much shit he has stacked against him. You push people so far out of the left side that they're willing to vote for someone that didn't even win the popular vote before and isn't. People were actively just completely against him up until they pushed Harris into the spotlight. The Democrats, people were talking about how the right just won this and they're clapping their hands and they're patting Trump on the back because he's such a good guy, right? The reason the right won this is because the left legit threw it. This isn't a win because Trump did so good. This is a win because Harris, the left, just literally just pushed people out. They became so ideological and charged. They didn't want people on their side anymore. It was my way or the highway shit. And then the new movement on social media is 4B. I think it's called 4B, right? It's where chicks won't sleep with guys because of anti-abortion laws, depending on where they are, right? Like guys are supposed to care that they're no longer being slept with because they're being removed from the market. One of those things, right? Is weird fucking gaslighting shit and manipulation where they're trying to make you think that you're at a loss now because they fucking hate you in the first place. They don't hate you anymore now. They still hate you. This is the way it goes. And just I don't even know. I don't know if I can say that word. Can I say that word? I don't know. Twitch's policies are kind of weird. But yeah, it's just I don't fucking know. This isn't even Trump winning, guys. This is legit Harris throwing. This is Democrats throwing. They could have endorsed RFK and literally moonshot. It would have been no contest because people hated Trump that much. They could have endorsed RFK, which he offered, and instead they all threw him under the bus and he went to fucking dark side. This is insane. This is ludicrous. And I know this is late, right? But I haven't been streaming the last couple days, and I've been waiting to give this kind of reaction because this is insane. This is absolutely absurdly insane. It would have been an easy mode, and instead they didn't elect him. They didn't have a primary at all. Multiple Democrats, by the way. The Democrats were actually split. There were people that wanted primary on the Democrats' side, by the way. And it was pretty clear that everything was all over the place. And Harris, by the way, if you are a political candidate, guys, and you start campaigning 100 days before election, there is absolutely no way that anyone's going to give any shit about you unless you are pushed into that position. Harris was 5,000% someone that no one gave two shits about, and then all of a sudden everyone had to vote for her. There's other candidates, by the way, that ran, like Jill Stein, right? Yeah, like, I don't even, like, this is so weird. 6 months ago, guys, I would have never, ever imagined voting for Trump. Just to be perfectly honest here. 6 months ago, I would never, ever have imagined I would be voting for him. And I probably would still have voted for Harris if she actually ever addressed censorship. The issues at which people were having problems with, like, such as illegal immigration, for instance, prices, food prices in general, like, big topic matter, right? Censorship for me, that was actually a pretty big thing on polls, censorship, which she never addressed. If they actually addressed them, they might have kept some of the voters. And, like, just to kind of drive things home, there are people claiming on social media that 20 million votes were not counted because they're looking at other elections and how many people voted, right? And they're saying 20 million Democrats didn't vote. You know why they didn't vote, guys? I'm just going to make this perfectly clear here. We don't normally harp completely on politics, but just going to make this perfectly clear. Do you know why Democrats didn't vote? Do you know why that 20 million people didn't vote? Because they didn't want to vote for Harris, but they couldn't bring themselves to vote for Trump. Yeah, like, that is the kicker here. They alienated people so much. That's what people do. And by the way, you can't vote for a third party. If there's ranked choice voting, by the way, is having weighted choices. So you can, like, who you want to win the vote, who you want to win the most, who do you want to win the least, right? And it works actually pretty good. It's bipartisan. Nothing to do with left or right. Ranked choice voting allows a third party candidate to actually win. Someone that is actually not a primary candidate can win. And that's actually really important, especially nowadays when things are supercharged. RFK probably would have won, regardless of endorsement, probably would have won. He was pulling from left and right. And you might go, oh, he's crazy and he's anti-vax. He basically, like, personal opinion was he's anti-vax, right? Like, he's talked against vaccines. But he's never once advocated that vaccines should be removed or he should not be allowed to get vaccines. So the weird thing is here, people can't actually separate personal opinion from policy, and his policies never involved removing vaccines or stopping vaccines from being circulated or anything like that. So regardless of what you say, and the left is so ideological, they go, no. And then there's people like talking about him like having a whale head on his fucking car or something like. Yeah, if you guys ever watch Christmas Vacation, right? The crazy movie where he had like they strap the fucking tree to the top of the car and they go home with like the roots hanging out the back. Guys, it's fucking, people do weird shit in their families. As long as it's not illegal, it doesn't fucking matter. He had a fucking Christmas Vacation moment, and his kids flipped out about it, and that was why people didn't want to vote for him. Come on, there's worse things in the world. There's worse things on their world besides that. And, like, I don't care. I just care about policies. That's literally what it is. I don't care about the rest of the shit. I just care about policies. You know, you can do whatever the fuck you want. He literally talks like an old warbling grandma, right? I don't fucking care as long as what he's saying is good. It doesn't matter. And it's, weirdly enough, you know, that's obviously, ableist. If you actually, like, it doesn't matter. You just have to listen to what he's saying. It takes a little bit for him to get his words out. But he's probably one of the healthiest candidates that was in the election. Even Harris included was probably healthier than Harris. And, you know, outside of that, basically he just has a rare speaking condition. That's pretty much it. But the left completely ostracized him, threw him under the bus, and basically another nail in the coffin for why they threw the election. Like I said, I don't think Trump would have won this if the left didn't help them win. This is kind of where we are right now, and this is putting aside Biden. This is another weird thing I feel like we have to... It did feel like a national lampoon. Yeah, exactly. But at the same time, I'm not going to hold it against him for him... Like, people hunt deer and put them on the top of their car and drive home if you live in the fucking north or anywhere they go hunting, right? It happens, right? It doesn't matter because that's not his policy. That's not what he's not going to force everyone to drive home with deer on the hoods of their car or something. Just come on. Like, what is wrong with people? But yeah, like this legit Harris, like, just the Dems themselves, like, this is the weird thing about it is, like, the denial on the left of what happened in this election is that they just didn't advocate hard enough. They didn't have enough, like, eyeballs in the right places, right? They didn't have enough visibility in the right places because they couldn't convert enough people in the right. They pushed people out of the left. It's legit. Like, there was people, like, they didn't want Trump again. I didn't want Trump again. And I ended up voting for him because he pushed me out. That's the way it went. You literally threw it. The left threw this election so hard in so many different ways. They had to try to lose, and they did. And they can't bring themselves to understand that's actually why they lost. Like, this whole shenanigan clown circus shit. Like, Biden had health issues, guys. It is very clear for the last 2 years, which also is something I want to talk about here. Biden obviously either had dementia or was going senile. He would walk around, he would mumble to himself, he would act confused, and it's not just one random clip, by the way. And he'd trip over himself, he'd trip over his words, and it was pretty clear he had some sort of weird health condition going on there. Everyone saw it. That's one of the reasons he had to drop out, right? And it's been going on for a while, probably about 2 years at this point. And the weird thing is, if you guys watched, actually I think we could watch it, his exit speech. Let's actually watch that real quick here. I think we can do that. Biden congratulations speech. Watch this. Just bear with me, guys. Even if you're anti-Democrat, just bear with me here. Let's see. Take a look at this.
The nation has
oh, here is this it?
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Watch this, guys.
Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Let me ask you if you've paid attention to anything Biden's
Good
done
to see this cabinet and staff together here.
in the last 2 years. Probably pretty easy to notice. Let's move on.
In the history of the world. And that's not hyperbole. That's here. Thank you. Thank you. It's good to see you all. Particularly good to see my granddaughter sitting in the front row here. Hi, Finn. How are you, honey? For over 200 years, America has carried on the greatest experiment in self-government in the history of the world. And that's not hyperbole, that's a fact. We're the people. The people vote and choose their own leaders, and they do it peacefully.
This is a congratulations speech, by the way, to Trump after he
will
won.
of the people always prevails. Yesterday, I spoke with President-elect Trump to congratulate him on his victory. And I assured him that I'd direct my entire administration to work with his team to ensure a peaceful and orderly transition. That's what the American people deserve. Yesterday, I also spoke with Vice President Harris. She's been a partner and a public servant. She ran an inspiring campaign, and everyone got to see something that I learned early on to respect so much, her character. She has a backbone like a ramrod. She has great character, true character. She gave her whole heart and effort, and she and her entire team should be proud of the campaign they ran. You know, the struggle for the soul of America, since our very founding, has always been an ongoing debate and still vital today. I know for some people, it's a time for victory, to state the obvious. For others, it's a time of loss. Campaigns are contests of competing visions. The country chooses one or the other. We accept the choice the country made. I've said many times, you can't love your country only when you win. You can't love your neighbor only when you agree. Something I hope we can do, no matter who you voted for, is see each other not as adversaries, but as fellow Americans. Bring down the temperature. I also hope we can lay to rest the question about the integrity of the American electoral system. It is honest, it is fair, and it is transparent. And it can be trusted, win or lose.
He's trying to avoid having people
Also,
basically,
we can
basically another
respect
January 6th, right?
for all our election workers who busted their necks and took risks at the outset. We should thank them. Thank them for staffing voting sites, counting the votes, protecting the very integrity of the election. Many of them are volunteers who do it simply out of love for their country. And as they did their duty as citizens, I will do my duty as president. I'll fulfill my oath, and I will honor the Constitution. On January 20th, we'll have a peaceful transfer of power here in America. To all our incredible staff, supporters, cabinet members, all the people who've been hanging out with me for the last 4 years, God love you, as my mother would say. Thank you so much. You put so much into the past 4 years. I know it's a difficult time. You're hurting. I hear you and I see you. But don't forget all that we accomplished. It's been a historic presidency. Not because I'm president, because what we've done, what you've done. A presidency for all Americans. Much of the work we've done is already being felt by the American people. The vast majority of it will not be felt. We felt over the next 10 years. We have legislation we passed that's just only now just really kicking in.
So
we're going to
the main part of the speech basically already over. But what do you guys notice straight out of the gates?
Changing people's lives in rural communities and communities that are in real difficulty.
Australia.
It takes time to get it done.
Cheers, mate.
And so much more. It's going to take time, but it's there. The road ahead is clear.
We aren't gonna watch the whole thing. Basically, because the speech is more or less over at this point. It's just closing things up. This is someone that I legit would have voted for. This is the guy that I voted for in 20. If you guys have watched any of his speech when he was on the campaign trail, it is absolutely nothing like this. His health, and even if you look at the social media posts, his health, guys, absolutely completely different. It is not his cognitive ability, his ability to articulate himself, his posture, how he moves his hands, how he moves his body is completely fucking different. And it is pretty clear at this point that either he recovered from whatever was ailing him or someone stopped doing something to him. So the obvious, tinfoil hat moment here is the consideration that he was possibly being poisoned is kind of what it comes down to. And there's a lot of things, by the way, that could do that. Not poisoning as in killing someone, but poisoning in... Like, you guys ever watch Lord of the Rings? With the... What was the king's name, right? Who had the snake whisperer in his ear constantly that just made him, 500 years older. And he just sat there mumbling while basically being senile and, unable to make decisions for himself. And unable to articulate himself or think properly. It's exactly what's going on here. I can't even make this shit up, and I wouldn't have believed it, by the way, if I didn't see it. I thought he was actually, he had dementia or he was going senile, but it is pretty clear that whatever happened is now basically almost completely... There's still cases here where he basically stops, and it seems like he's trying to find his words, right? But that is almost completely gone. And that is absolutely ludicrously insane. And once again, I would 100% voted for someone like this again. This is completely different than the way he was on the campaign trail. The popular opinion that people have is he was stressed out, guys. And stress doesn't make you, for a prolonged period of time, doesn't make you just constantly confused, stumbling around, basically almost like you're drunk. It doesn't do that. Obviously it's hard and it makes it difficult to think most of the time, and people are like, oh, he just looks like he has weight removed from his shoulders, sort of things, right? And that for sure is probably, partially true. But he's also been in politics his entire life, and it is pretty clear that something is actually going on here outside him just being old as it goes on. Obviously, he's old, and old presidents are just another problem in and of himself. But it is pretty clear that someone was doing something to him, and I don't think it was Republicans. I don't think there was a wolf in the hen's nest sort of thing as far as the other side. I think someone on his side was doing this to him. And there's all sorts of different things that can cause confusion or momentary lapses in judgment and stuff like that. And it is... Someone was spiking his shit, right? Someone was putting stuff in his OJ or his oatmeal or something on a day-to-day basis. And it's pretty clear that he was not... This is almost a completely different person than who was campaigning 4 months ago, 3 months ago. How long ago? 3 months ago? Is a completely different person than who was campaigning 4 months ago. And I don't know what to say. Kamala, his wife, and putting this aside, because now you if I was him, by the way, if I was in his position, I would be absolutely furious, absolutely furious. There is almost no way that you could possibly sit there And like, I guess I'm someone that's very introspective, right? I observationally notice like my moods and stuff that like just because I'm weird, maybe I'm autistic, whatever. I don't fucking know. But I observationally just notice my own behavior, and has to be night and day to see like this kind, like even his reception's just different from people around him. If you were in this position, I would be absolutely fucking furious, and I would do every test under the moon to figure out exactly what the fuck's going on. But it is pretty clear that he is a completely different person now, and that raises more questions about what's happened in the White House in the last 2 to 3 years. Not just this election, not just him right now where he had to drop out, right? Good evening, Danny. What did I eat today? I had chicken pasta. I had chicken pasta. But yeah, I don't know who did it. I can only surmise. But like the weird thing is when Kamala was like, it was like every time Kamala spoke, guys, put aside people making fun of her for having a shrill voice, it legit sounds like, you know what someone sounds like when they're about to cry? It legit sounds like she was about to cry like every time she had like a public speech. It was absurd. And that's not a leadership quality, and there's no way she would be there outside of being pushed into that position, right? But yeah, it just, I don't know. I don't know who did it, but it is pretty clear he is a very different person, and I don't think it's all stress. And this also means that you can't basically, like, I would never vote for him again because it's pretty clear something's compromised with whatever's happening around him. He's a compromised person. That's what's happening. And then it makes you actually wonder what happened in the last 2 to 3 years and how much of it is actually stuff that Biden wanted to do versus stuff that other people around him wanted to do, like Kamala or his wife, Jill, which I believe is also another political person. Like how much the people around him were actually just doing what he was supposed to be doing. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that he couldn't think properly, or like he just like when he's in public, he's just like he was generally confused. He walked around, he stumbled over his words. He acted like someone that if you've ever been around people in old people homes, it's exactly like that, where they're starting to lose grip with reality. And why I never would have voted for, well, like I probably wouldn't have voted for him. Not never would have voted, probably wouldn't have voted for him. It's pretty clear his health was in decline and he was going to lose votes for that. By the way, I do think that the race would have been closer if he still actually ran the full length, by the way. But yeah. And the weird thing is the right noticed this too. The right noticed this exactly. And on the right, they're pretending that he threw like to stick it to the Democrats. He literally isn't throwing his political career just to stick it to Democrats. That's a wet dream of someone on the right. They want the idea that someone's going to ruin Democrats from the inside. And it's probably true, but it's not him. Like, he was actually generally relatively infuriated that he had to drop out, right? That was actually one of the big problems with it. But it's pretty clear that someone was doing something. And based on the kind of initiatives, poison is a woman's favorite friend, guys. That's a saying, and everyone debunks it and goes, oh, no, that's wrong. It's clearly, women almost always will stab in the back as opposed to try and, like, punch you, right? Guys are more punching, women are more stabbing in the back. That's just the way the world works. That just kind of goes with being more submissive and, relatively afraid of things that might happen to you. It's just kind of the way it goes. Are all women like that? No. But it's generally the way things go. Women is, it's a generalization that is very accurate. And the amount of gaslighting, for instance, physical violence, obviously, in relationships is a big taboo and obviously something I would never advocate for sure. But the opposite of it is what you have now, which is manipulation and gaslighting, which is also extremely poison. It is poison. It's very toxic, and it's very, very difficult to debunk gaslighting, right? And women, and especially kids nowadays, especially are using it a lot. But gaslighting is incredibly, incredibly, incredibly common nowadays, especially in relationships and romantic relationships. And it makes it really, really bad. And oftentimes it leads to someone basically just giving in and becomes codependent, more or less. And it's just another form of poison. Gaslighting is another form of poison. It poisons your mind and stops you from being able to think about things straight. It's poison. It's straight up poison. And this is just a case of that right there. And it's not, I don't think whoever was doing this, by the way, wanted to finish him off or something like that. I think whoever did this did it because they wanted him to be pliable to whatever they suggested. So I really do think that someone on the inside was actually just basically feeding him what to do in his presidency for the last 2 to 3 years. I don't know who, but you pretty much have guesses at this point, right? And yeah, I mean, that's probably partially where we are. Like, the weird thing is, like, you have a bunch of Democrats on the left that were talking about, about how things are going to change under Trump, right? And Roe versus Wade, right? That's a big one, right? Roe versus Wade. The thing is, after Roe versus Wade happened, Biden was still the president for 2 years, and he still is the president, and he never really did anything about it. You can't revert the law, but he could make programs, for instance, to help women to get to places that they need to be, right? So let's say they can't get an abortion in their state for, even medical reasons. Let's go with that. With medical reasons, you can make a program in place where they're given money to travel to another state to get it done, right? So they have the means to actually travel to places. There's all different sorts of ways, regardless of what you're thinking. There's all different sorts of ways that people can actually make stuff work outside of the legislature that was removed. And they didn't. There's just like a fundamental breakdown of what's actually going on. And part of it, I think, is because whoever is puppeting Biden obviously still had to go through him, right? And it wasn't complete control. So he's like having some say over what's going on. And once again, I don't know who is doing it, but I'm pretty sure there was someone, and that just makes me angry because that's not who I voted for. I didn't vote for a puppet, right? And because I voted for Biden in the last election. And it's pretty clear that something was going on here. This is a completely different person. The speech is completely different than what you guys were watching the campaign trail. And that's really, really telling. And once again, the right's just saying, oh, he tried to throw, right? But you don't, why would he throw at his political career? For the sake of giving you a giggle, right? That's basically what it comes down to. It's a meme. Why would he throw his political career for that? It doesn't make sense, right? What was the other? There's another one besides, being poisoned. One of them was he threw his political career, and the other one, there's another one. It's pretty common going around right now, and obviously both of them weren't true, is basically what it amounts to. And the only other option that's left is someone was doing something to him, and I don't know how you can be in the White House and, being, he has physicians, right? But physicians check for stuff that they know exists. Let's talk a little bit, for instance, doping in the Olympics, right? Doping in the Olympics, basically they test for stuff that is a known steroid, right? For stuff that is basically known to be performance-enhancing drugs or PEDs. They test for stuff that's known. But what happens is people develop all sorts of other stuff that they can't test for because they don't know to test for it. So people could be saying that Biden's in perfect health, but they might not be testing for whatever he's doing to him, and they can't find it, right? But you can tell, just outwardly appearance, you can tell that something was fucked up here, and now it's basically almost back to normal. And that's, I don't know what it was. Something was obviously going on there, and that just makes everything more ridiculous. But if you guys know how kind of some of the initiatives have worked in the last 4 years, like DEI, for instance, you might go, oh, don't worry about that. That's not a big deal. Like FEMA, which is the disaster recovery, has the first and foremost to prioritize on their DEI, and that's not where you want to be. That's, when it comes to saving lives, you shouldn't be prioritizing specific people. And it's not just people that are let's say have a disability, right? So someone in a wheelchair, which, makes a lot of sense because they're crippled or something like that, right? It makes a lot of sense. You check on them first, right? But it's specifically certain demographics that they were prioritizing over other demographics because they need to have a certain outcome. For disaster relief, it's not about saving as many lives as possible. It's about prioritizing certain individuals. And that's probably when things have gone so far. And you might go, oh, that doesn't exist. There's literally a branch of the government for DEI now. And that's pretty ludicrous. That is absolutely ludicrous, but here we are. And I don't think that was something on his agenda when he first entered office. I don't remember, maybe that was something on the campaign trail, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. That's something that happened the last 2 years. So, yeah, I don't know, but it's pretty clear that he is a completely different person now. And that calls into question the last 2 years in which basically he was intoxicated, inebriated, not himself, right? Where stuff was going on. And it's actually kind of weird, because if you guys have paid attention to the news, for instance, right? If you paid attention to the news, you notice a couple big headlines, which are the right is tweeting, which is North Korea wants to talk about peace talks. Putin wants to talk about peace talks. Iran, I think, and Israel are ready to settle on things. Yeah, just really, really, really weird shit that Biden was having problems with, just out of nowhere. And the right's trumpeting it as everything's being fixed, right? It makes it sound like people on the outside, other countries, knew this was going on and didn't consider Biden a threat. He was unable to actually make an informed decision that would have actually called into question what was going on. So they didn't care. And that's actually also pretty crazy too. Trump has never been someone that I've considered to be leadership quality, right? Like someone that people like kind of like fear as a, you know, like someone that makes the right decisions and right call and isn't going to be swayed by, you know, stuff that happens outside of them, right? Like bribes or something like that. Swayed by ulterior motives. Upstanding individual. It does not strike me as that, but the moment like he stepped into office, all of a sudden these world events started changing, which is really, really weird. And that leads more to this right here, which is, I think other countries knew something was going on with him and they didn't need to worry about him. And that's really, 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 really weird. It's like the whole thing is weird. Obviously, this is all just tinfoil hat conspiracy theory because there's no way to prove it. And the only person that could have proved it is sitting right here. And my guess is whatever he was dosed with is basically out of his system and he's just recovering from long-term effects of it. So, you know, you probably couldn't even get tested for it anymore. He had to test stuff while he was in office, and he didn't. Yeah, and he didn't. So, like, this whole election, guys, this whole fucking election has been one giant fucking clown circus. It is absolutely hilarious in so many different ways how this has all turned out, and so many different reasons it turned out the way that it did. It should have been a free win for Democrats, just based on the fact that Republicans chose Trump to run for them, who had a bunch of stuff stacked against him. It should have been a free win. Obviously, there's going to be people that, you know, like that want him to win for sure, right? But there was a bunch of people that were just advocating for just the left winning because of who Trump is as a person, and they just they literally threw their friends under the bus, they threw their allies under the bus, they pushed out voters that, you know, just wanted to help them because they didn't like who they were, like men. They just, like, they don't care about them, right? They're just used and abused and just thrown out. It doesn't fucking matter. And now we have Trump. And it can't be described in any other way other than like ideological bullshit that just went complete overload, and people were actually drinking it. And it is so weird. The whole scenario is so fucking weird, guys, in so many different ways. I can't begin to explain it. It just doesn't make any sense. All that happened here does not make fucking a lick of sense, guys. So, what the fuck? What the literal fuck? It's just like the whole thing. I wanted to talk a little bit about this because this is so absolutely randomly weird in so many different ways, and they couldn't have done. They did it to themselves. This is the only way to describe what happened here, including this, is Democrats did this to themselves. It's not Trump winning. It's Democrats basically making themselves lose. It's like, you know, where people say someone's throwing in a video game? This is that. This is exactly that. It's not the other side winning. It's Democrats throwing. And, like, even to this point, even everything after the election, the amount of people on social media that were trying to rationalize what happened as just, oh, they just didn't go far enough left. No, you went too far left and pushed everyone out and just... I don't know, guys. What do you... Like, I didn't want to vote for Trump, and here we are. So, how did we arrive there? Why don't you ask why people voted for Trump as opposed to, oh, we just didn't, you know, they just didn't see what we were offering because it's so good. Yeah, just, no. No, you literally Kool-Aid drank, and you didn't care about the other people on the outside of your addiction. I don't know, like, they had a free win, too. RFK, as I mentioned, you might go, oh, Brainworm's RFK, and yeah. And he was still the best option in this election was RFK. Because he was pulling from left and right. And even if you think, oh, he had National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation with a deer on his fucking car, or a whale head on his car, or whatever the fuck, whatever, oh my god, he's anti-vax, but has no anti-vax policies. He was still basically more or less somewhere in the middle, even if he's left-leaning or right-leaning on some issues. He's basically more or less middle compared to either Harris or Trump. And the Democrats could not actually, tone deaf, completely, absolutely tone deaf. Democrats could not bring themselves to endorse basically an easy win because he wasn't left enough. Is this better? Is this what you wanted? How the fuck did you think a candidate you introduced 100 days before, that no one really wanted, I don't even think she wanted to be there herself, no one really wanted, how do you think this was going to turn out besides you throwing? You threw. Democrats threw. Trump didn't win. Democrats threw so hard. They pushed everyone out. They alienated everyone. They made fun of them. They didn't want them. And then when they didn't vote for them, they're like, oh, we just didn't fucking convince them enough. No, they don't want what you wanted. Tone deaf. Absolutely tone deaf. Absolutely tone deaf. Didn't care about anything that their voters wanted besides people on the super far left. That's just all it is. I'm more left-leaning on most topics. And, and here we are. I voted for Trump. I can't even make this shit up. I have no idea. No idea, guys. It doesn't... What do you even say that? It just... I don't know. So here we are. And once again, I would have voted, if you guys watched the speech with who did it earlier, this is a completely different person than was in the election 4 months ago, 5 months ago. Completely different person. He is almost fully recovered. I would 100% vote for him again. But he isn't, so... Yeah. Kind of disheartening. And this actually, once again, after I saw this and realized what was going on here, not only does it question who was basically poisoning him, but then it calls into question basically who was in charge of the White House for the last 2 years. And not in like a super right tinfoil hat manner. It's pretty clear that someone else was... He could barely think for himself. It's pretty clear someone else was telling him what to do. And the question is, who was telling him what to do? And the question is, why did he put up with it? As opposed to figuring it out and, you know, dealing with it, right? I don't know. I'm sure he loves his family or whatever, but someone close to him was doing something. I don't think it was like an infiltrator from the right or anything, which is probably what most people would think, right? I think it was someone close to him that actually was like family or close friends was doing this. And it's probably because they thought they could lead the country better, which is pretty insane. So, here we are, guys. Here we fucking are. Alright, well, so let's get this out of the way, guys. Politics done. If you guys are, you hate the politics. Also, by the way, which is also now making the rounds, the amount of people that say, oh, no more politics in video games on the far left is insane. It's also something that is absolutely hilarious. As I mentioned when we started talking about this right now, where I talk about politics in World of Warcraft, and the only time I've really been reported is when I'm either for something far right or arguing against the left, is what it comes down to. I argue both left or right depending on the topic matter. Like I just discussed, for instance, a program that would get around the Roe vs. Wade by allowing women to go to states, you know, offering them transportation in a manner to go to another state to, you know, get something that needs to be done medically because of medical needs or whatever. It doesn't matter. But that, like I said, the only people that want censorship is the left. They think censorship is good. And the moment it just shows, because they don't want you to talk about politics anymore in games too. It's supposed to be a place. It's supposed to be a place outside the real world, right? Despite the fact that I guarantee you, like the amount of people, guys, nowadays that have no backbone, that are like turncoats, where they'll immediately just 180 and don't expect you to remember what they're doing prior to it, is insane. It is absolutely insane. That goes hand in hand with manipulation and gaslighting. People are absolutely fucking absurd. And if they think they can manipulate you, they'll try, and you call them on their bullshit. That's when they start gaslighting, where they try. Gaslighting is rejecting reality. So manipulation is obviously trying to coerce someone to do something, you know, through nefarious means. And gaslighting is where you then lie about what's happening to convince them of a different reality, right? And that's even worse than manipulation. Manipulation, then there's gaslighting, which is even worse than manipulation. And gaslighting is extremely, extremely, extremely poisonous and toxic. It is absolutely absurd. It's very difficult for a lot of people, especially guys, to deal with it, because guys generally don't think in that way. It is something that's more in-depth, and subterfuge is a good word, right? Covert ops, subterfuge, cloak and dagger. But anyways, let's move on, guys. Enough politics here. I did also want to cover here, because we're just back, guys, the 9800 X3D, which is the new X3D processor, launched 2 days ago, I think it was, and it's obviously a hit, but we're going to watch some of the vids on it. So, probably Hardware Unboxed, I think, is a good one, and I'm actually interested in the 9950 X3D, but that's not out yet, and I'm actually very curious what's going to happen with that. Enough politics, guys. Enough politics. As I mentioned, like, I was trying to come at that, by the way, of not Trump one in your face. There's a lot of people that are way that wasn't trying to trumpet that. I am basically in the position, guys, where I didn't want to vote for Trump, but the other option was worse. Censorship is something no one should ever want, and that's where we ended up. That should never have been on the table for left or right. If Trump was talking about censoring the left, I would have been completely on Harris's side. It doesn't matter. That's an amendment above guns. If you are on the right, guys, freedom of speech matters more than your guns do, because the moment you can't talk about stuff is the moment basically everything falls apart. Where you can't discuss your issues left or right, everything falls apart. You have to be able to talk about your issues. If you can't, the world just falls apart. That's the way it works. Free speech is incredibly, incredibly important for a functioning democracy. And I don't mean, like, I don't want to sound like far right. That shouldn't be far right at all. That should be something that everyone agrees with. That's just bipartisan, right? Okay, moving on, guys. As I mentioned, I don't even have a game plan tonight, guys, so we'll have to figure out something here, but first we're going to take a look at this. I'm going to grab a soda. 1 second. Alrighty, maybe we'll play, I was thinking about Deep Rock Galactic. There's a new COD out, but the one thing I was actually interested in watching with, playing with COD in the last couple versions is literally Ground War. Ground War's not in it, so Ground War was the large-scale mode, like Battlefield, right? And it doesn't exist, so. Okay. Let's take a look at the review. Yeah, Ground War's not in it, guys. There's literally nothing to play right now.
I'm finally able to
Jesus
show
Christ.
you how AMD's new Ryzen 7 9800X 3D performs. And spoiler alert, it is a real weapon that's thankfully able to solve the issues.
Had all my Christmas gifts open for me on social media.
Base models, making it without question the best CPU to be released since the 70s.
Weirdly enough, in the past, when they've done the X3D release and generally new chip releases, what they've done is release the 16 and 12 core model first. Then they do the 8-core. In this case, they released the 8-core model first, which is kind of ridiculous, actually. I don't know why they did it, but they did. And the 12 and 16-core models are coming later.
X3D. So finally, something exciting. Today's sponsor spot is brought to you by MSI and their G4.
Oh.
Now, like all X3D models, the 9800X3D takes advantage of AMD's 3D V-Cache technology, this time using a second generation, which in short just flips the orientation. Whereas the previous models all featured a large 64MB L3 cache layered on top of the cores, the second generation version now sits below the cores. AMD has
actually cool. It's a way of dealing with the heat, so the heat doesn't have to go through the X3D stacks. Memory is pretty.
The cores face significantly less thermal resistance.
Yeah,
AMD is claiming 40.
Memory is very not volatile. Sensitive to heat. You don't want to heat up memory super hard if you don't need to. It starts producing errors if you do.
7800X3D for the base clock, and then 200
start corrupting
MHz higher for the boost. So in a nutshell, all of this means the 9800X3D enjoys better thermals, higher clock speeds, and therefore greater performance, which of course we will look at shortly. Now, what hasn't changed with the 9800X3D and Zen 5 in general is the memory support, and there's been quite a bit of confusion around this topic, not just with Zen 5, but also
the by the way, the 9000 series launch has been kind of hit with a little bit of roadblocks along the way.
Now, the IMC integrated memory controller,
the interconnect between the two CCDs and the 9900 and 9950 X3Ds, so the two 12-core and 60-core chip, had some issues that ironed it out with the firmware update. But generally, it's been relatively poor performing, and one of the reasons people think it was poor performing was because of the memory limitations due to the I/O bottleneck. And it's also one of the reasons that people think the X3D chip is performing so well is because it has a lot more, basically, cache, where it doesn't have to go to the memory.
Exact same I/O die, manufactured using TSMC's N6 FinFET process, which is different to the N4
oh no, Warhammer 40k! You can't watch. You can't like Warhammer 40k.
N5 FinFET process used
Imperialist.
Zen 4 cores.
Oh no!
So, since both Zen 4 and Zen 5 use the same I/O die with the same IMC, memory support on the processor
Speaking of politics, guys, I think one of the reasons a lot of people also voted right at this point is because people are sick of being told what to think, where, what they can do, what they can say. Like, you know, when you're a kid and your parents tell you to do that, that feels like literally what an entire generation of people are trying to do to other people. And it's not to the point where, you know, like people are being malicious, but rather people are just patrolling what people can do and say because they think they can. And I think that's gotten to the point where people are also sick of that. That's definitely something that's part of the election as well.
Side is exactly the same.
Being politically correct constantly just, you know, grinds people just over and over till they're sick of it.
The sweet spot. But both can handle up to DDR5 8000 at a 2-to-1 ratio, and therefore DDR5 8000 support is not a new feature of the Zen 5 architecture. And AMD has been very clear on this messaging to reviewers since the introduction of the Zen 5 architecture. DDR5 6000 with a memory clock of 3000 MHz at a 1-to-1 ratio, so 3000 MHz IMC clock with the fabric clocked at 2000 MHz is the sweet spot. Using DDR5 6200 to 6400 memory while maintaining a 1-to-1 ratio is far from guaranteed. Some silicon will do it, but not all. So showing this data as sort of the default behavior for Zen 4 or Zen 5 is inaccurate and does misrepresent what these processors are generally capable of, short of winning the silicon lottery, of course. Then there's the chipsets, and even less has changed here. In fact, other than the name, there are no physical changes to the chipset. AMD has simply renamed X670E, for example, to X870E. So you don't need an X870E motherboard for DDR5 8000 support, as I've seen many people claiming. And in fact, I've found most X870/X870E boards aren't even stable at that frequency, at least with the BIOSes that we used at the time of testing. So DDR5 8000 support will depend on the individual AM5 motherboard. Now for testing the 9800X3D, so the good stuff. I'm sticking with our default AM5 test system using the Gigabyte X670E Aorus Master. Again, X670E, this isn't a problem.
You must have took those shots before testing it, because you don't get the thermal paste all those cracks once it's in there.
They're the same thing. But I have also validated all of our data on a second AM5 test system featuring the MSI Pro X870-P Wi-Fi, and both boards did deliver the same results. So that's a nice sanity check. And with all of that, let's actually go check out the data. Firstly, here's a look at how the 9800X3D behaves under an all-core workload running Cinebench 2024. Now, what's interesting to note here is that although the 9700X has a 5.5 GHz boost frequency, in this workload it only sustained a frequency of 5225 MHz, and as luck would have it, this is the exact same frequency the 9800X3D runs at. But because of the included 3D V-cache, it does require more power to sustain this frequency. During our test, we saw an average package power of 118 watts, but despite this, the CCD temperature never went above 79 degrees, while the L3 cache ran at a cool 56 degrees. And these results were recorded using the MSI Mag Core Liquid i360.
So, obviously, you have your heatsink, you have your heat spreader, which is the cap on the top of your processor. You have the die, right, underneath it. And what they used to do is they put the X3D cache, which is the memory, the extra memory, up against the top, on the top of the processor. They flipped it, so now it's on the bottom. Since the heat just is basically close contact with the chip itself, it doesn't go through like almost a layer of X3D cache, which not only fries the cache, but also, you know, reduces basically heat transfer. It's actually a really, really good idea.
Okay, so here's how the 9800X3D performs in the Cinebench multi-core test, and while certainly not impressive when compared to core-heavy parts, the result itself is still very...
By the way, the 285K is a new processor. Intel is having seemingly a decent chunk of problems with it as far as getting performance out of it. One of the things that they benchmarkers figured out is that if you overclock, is it the ring bus? It's overclocking some part of the CPU, not the CPU cores. It actually greatly enhances the performance of it. And what I suspect is going to happen is it's going to become a default probably in a couple months. And I wish more benchmarkers tested it, because it's pretty clear that's actually going to be a meaningful change. Either hardware manufacturers, some motherboard manufacturers are going to do, or Intel will do themselves. And it's not here. Basically, it's overclocking part of the mattered. And it actually makes a meaningful difference. So pretty mean. It's like double percentage points difference.
Impressive. Despite running at the same frequency as the 9700X,
Especially
the
matters in
9800X
games.
3D managed to score 1,384 points, which is a
7800X 3D
7%
is like right there.
increase, and this is quite unexpected. And it
800
means
is
that
the
the
AM4
3D
way at the
Vcache
bottom.
is entirely responsible for this performance gain. And it's unexpected because traditionally the 3D Vcache parts have performed lower than their
Because the clock
non-3D
speed's lower.
versions
Yeah.
for most productivity
So
work.
this is the weird thing. It's where people are starting to postulate that the extra cache bandwidth really matters, because it's basically being starved. They never improve the I/O enough to actually make up for the new cores, which are much better. And the X3D cache, actually, we're probably going to see the 9950 X3D is probably going to be an absolute fucking monster, because both dies have the X3D cache on top of it being 16 cores as well. And that should clear up all the problems that they're having with the first gen, with the 7950 X3D, which is one core has X3D cache and the other one does not. And that was actually, it was actually a big deal, because that means you can only use one 8-core, CCD, or you lose out basically. Essentially, it's not, you don't fully lose out on it, but you lose out on a lot of the benefit of using the X3D cores when you basically use all 16 cores. But then we've also found games where they use more than 8 cores. Space Marines 2, Helldivers 2, especially when you run on difficulty 10. And like, let's say if you guys watch my gameplay, if you've in the Nuke the Nursery mission against the bugs on diff 10, it gets really intense. You can see things getting hammered in the background, because I always keep track of it when things are going in the background. It actually worked better with all 16 cores as opposed to just my 8 X3D cores. And that's in addition to like stronger workloads too. Just like, for instance, Cities Skyline 2 is probably the most multi-threaded game and the most demanding CPU game I've seen. With 250,000 population city, it is insane. Absolutely fucking insane how much it will suck down your entire processor. But it actually starts to matter more. And unfortunately, you lose on the X3D when you're like, oh no, you have to trade 200 megahertz in speed. Oh, cry me a fucking river. 200 megahertz in speed, guys, for that X3D cache. X3D cache is more than worth 200 megahertz in speed. It's not even close.
The 7800
not even close.
X3D,
And
for example, is
my guess is
5%
the
slower
boosting
than the
behavior is going to be even better because of the location
though it
of the
does
X3D now.
clock 6%
So it might not
lower.
even have the clock
But
difference.
even if you were to eliminate the clock speed variable, the 7700X and 7800X 3D would deliver near identical performance in this workload.
Yep.
So, how is the 9800X 3D 7% faster than the 9700X at the same frequency? I have to assume here, son, this is speculation, but I believe the I/O die is the limiting factor here.
Here every fucking day,
creating a
guys.
bottleneck that the 9800X 3D helps mitigate with its much larger L3 cache
Here
buffer.
every fucking day.
Because other than the 3D Vcache, the only difference between these two parts is the TDP. But given they're hitting the same clock frequencies in this test, the TDP shouldn't be a factor. Outside of those variables, they're being tested on the same motherboard.
The giant cache
with
is
the
now
same version of
helping
Windows,
in
using the same
non-specialized
DDR5 6000
workloads.
memory with the
Although
same
I suspect
timings.
this will be fixed
It's
with
really
the
the same
10,000
everything.
series whenever that releases.
It's also worth noting that our reported scores for the 9700X
They probably
and
are found that this is a problem.
9800X
Chips
3D
take
match
like years
what
to plan in
AMD reported
advance.
their review
So
guide.
once they figure out this is
So
actually
we
going to
can
be a
rule
big
out
deal, it's
any
probably too
kind of
late.
issues
So
on our end.
it's
These
just
results,
basically
at
probably
least
the 10
according
series.
to AMD, are accurate. So some really interesting stuff already for the 9800X 3D. It's also really interesting to learn that the single-core performance of the 9800X 3D and 9700X is virtually identical, with less than a percentage separating them. This again suggests that with all cores active, the I/O die becomes the primary bottleneck, but with just a single core active...
I'm also going to stipulate here, what you didn't mention, is when you disable one core, so let's say it's only running on one core, I don't think it is the workload is probably only on one core, like affinity-wise, as opposed to disabling all the cores. If you disable all the cores, generally the cores share a cache pool, and that means you probably could have actually figured out exactly what the trade-off point is based on the number of cores he's running before they run out of cache, is essentially like level 3 cache. I believe, no, actually technically the X3D core is level 4, or level 3, so they probably ran out of like level 3 normal cache some point along the way, and the X3D then makes a difference. He probably could have figured out exactly what the trade-off is. He didn't do it here, but there's probably a place where basically the shared cache runs out, and it's just a straight trade-off, right?
If we don't run into what is likely a bandwidth-related issue. Now, when measuring power consumption via the EPS 12-volt rails during the Cinebench multi-core test, we see that the
Oh,
98
don't care about your power. Don't care about your power
productivity
efficiency.
processor. But we're going to look at a few more productivity tests anyway before jumping into those gaming benchmarks that I know you're all here for. For an 8-core processor, it has to be said the 9800X3D is impressively fast in the 7-zip compression test, roughly matching the 12900K, making it 11% faster than
12
the
and 16-core parts are going to be, if they're tested properly, are
The
actually probably going to
decompression
be pretty
performance is
cool.
also impressive when compared to the other 8-core
Generally,
processors.
for instance, let's say the 16-core model has, I don't know what the TDP is off the top of my head, but like the 8 core is like 101, and then the 16-core model is like 170. And you obviously know that's not double, right? Despite having double the core, so it does all sorts of weird shit trying to reduce clocks in order to maximize the amount of frequency, right? And at the expense of frequency and workloads, and you end up stuttering and weird shit. There's basically no tech tubers that actually try to normalize for the nuances of 16 and 12 core models, which AMD has basically shot themselves in their own feet by doing it, where they tried to make things too efficient, like it's some sort of like server part, right? Like it has to be a server part and maximize efficiency and stuff like that. It's still a desktop part and stuff that people want to use for gaming, and it's not something they should be nailing down because they don't want it to get too hot or something. That's kind of absurd. When you're buying a 16-core part, you wanna pop the cork on it, right? You want to make that thing go burr, and just they don't do it.
Beating the 9700X
And then, strangely enough, tech tubers don't
margin
actually go other way to
and the
manually do it.
7800X3D
Like, for instance,
by
clock locking.
9% margin. Still, when compared to the 285K, it is 31% slower, so you'll have to wait for
A lot of people still think it's the interconnect. The interconnect was an issue with the 3000 series. It's not anymore. But no one really tests it either.
And given what we've seen here from the 9800X3D, the 9950X3D should be really something quite special.
Yeah.
Now, the 9800X3D smashes the 9700X in Blender, offering 18% greater
Productivity.
performance, making it just 7% slower than the Core i9 12900K. The 9800X3D is even better in Corona, beating the 9700X by a massive 20% margin. That is an incredible performance uplift for what is essentially the same CPU.
And people thought X3D is only
3D Vcache.
It's only gaming. This like has gone beyond gaming, guys. But once again, this might be something. This is a nuance they're going to fix with the 10,000 series.
The 3D Vcache part is actually slower. So this strongly suggests to me that the Zen 5 architecture is significantly better than how it's being represented by parts such as the 9700X.
Yep.
And as I've said, the I/O die has to be the problem here.
It also might mean that there's something weird you can overclock in the 9000 series, the normal ones, to actually make up for it.
The 9800X3D also performs well in Photoshop, comfortably topping our chart, making it 8% faster than the 9700X. The Intel CPUs aren't even competitive here, as the 9800X3D is 21% faster than the 285K. Even in Premiere Pro, the 9800X3D is 11% faster than the 9700X.
10,000 series is actually going to be really remarkable. It looks like AMD kind of dropped the ball with the normal 9000 series CPUs this time around.
Even more excited for a part like the 9950X.
Might even do like an intergeneration release, a 10K if they can fix it.
Benchmarks to check out.
I don't know if they can.
This is where the 9800X3D should really shine. And holy moly, does it shine. This is some serious jaw-dropping performance in Star Wars Jedi Survivor. 234 FPS
guys.
makes
Look
the
at it go.
9800X3D.
Look at that big bar. Isn't it so red? Oh, that's a red bar.
3D, which is obviously an already incredibly fast gaming processor. That is a 45% uplift over the 9700X. And wait for it, a 43% increase over Intel's best, the 14900K. And if you want to include it, 51% fast.
Once again, if tech tubers actually tested these properly, I don't think they ever go other ways. They're just testing what the PPM driver, which basically always puts a game on 8 cores, on the 8X3D cores. So not only will it almost always be identical, it'll probably be a little bit lower in speed than 7800X3D. There's 100% ways you could test this properly, and I don't think tech tubers ever do it, because it actually involves you actually going through and retooling things a little bit to make up for kind of it being unique. And there is some case, for instance, to say and test things properly the way they are at stock, but it also the way, like you should actually be doing a little bit of, what would you call that? Personal research to actually try and figure out how you can make things better, right? And they don't really do that. They're just kind of sticking to the formula.
faster than the 285K.
Once again,
Again,
this is 16 cores, but it's limited in power budget to like 180 watts or 170, and this is like 105. So
is certainly jaw-dropping.
actually, no, I think it's
performance
97. I think
that
the
leaves
9000
Intel
series is higher
in
wattage.
No man's land. But maybe this data is an outlier. Well, thankfully not. The Last of Us Part 1
actually,
results and margins aren't quite as extreme, but even so, the 9800X 3D sits comfortably at the top of our graph with 208 FPS, a 6% increase over the 285K and 9% ahead of the 14900K. It's also 6% faster than the 7800X 3D, certainly not a massive gain, but still we're talking about what was previously the best performer in this example. The Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty data is also very impressive. Here the 9800X 3D was 8% faster than the 7800X 3D, making it 33% faster than the 14900K and 45% faster than the 285K. We're also looking at a 35% increase over the 9700X, thanks to the addition of the 3D V cache. So again, the 9800X 3D doesn't exactly destroy the 7800X 3D in this example, but even so, at an 8% increase over an already very fast CPU, this is impressive.
Like no tech tubers that test CPUs
but hold on
properly.
to your hats. The 9800X 3D is eye-wateringly fast in Hogwarts Legacy, driving up to 170
I'm kind of curious how the 7950X
FPS
3D is
this very
faster than the
CPU-limited
7800X
title.
3D.
And
If
when I
it's
first
limited
saw these
to
numbers, I didn't really
8
believe
cores.
my eyes. But after several checks, it's true. The 9800X 3D is a monster, beating the 7800X
That's what she said.
3D by a
Oh
21%
no!
margin.
Blizzard's gonna ban me!
Incredibly,
That's
that made
innuendo!
it
That's so lewd!
37% faster
That's
than
so
the
lewd! You're
14900K
talking about
and
someone's penis! Oh
43%
no!
faster than the
Fuck off, Reddit.
285K. And this is certainly a game where you will notice that additional performance.
Not an
It
adult!
really doesn't matter what
I am an
resolution
adult.
you run at here. The 14900K will limit you to around 124 FPS in the MPC heavy section that we use for testing, whereas the 9800X 3D will enable a truly high refresh rate experience. Now we know from past
I mean, I have a
testing
400,
that
like
ACC
540
is
hertz
very
monitor.
cache-sensitive, and as
Is
a
that
result,
truly high refresh rate
the 3D
experience? I
cache
don't
parts
think
have
so,
always
hardware and bots.
performed exceptionally
Let's be
well.
honest here.
For example, the 5800X 3D is beating everything that doesn't feature 3D V cache, smoking the 14900K by a 14% margin. And that being the case, it's no surprise to see that the 9800X 3D is a real weapon, allowing for 269 FPS to be rendered, making it 14% faster than the 7800X 3D, 45% faster than the 9700X, and an insane 61% faster than the 14900K. Oh, and it's also 75% faster than the 285K. The 9800X 3D powered through Remnant 2, boosting the average frame rate from the 7800X 3D by 14%, though we did only see a very minor increase to the 1% lows. Still, that meant the 9800X 3D was 25% faster than the 9700X and 31% faster than the 285K. Now, the 9800X 3D is the first CPU to push 1% lows over 60 FPS in the Homeworld 3 benchmark, making it up to 21% faster than the 7800X 3D and 16% faster when comparing the average frame rate. And this made it 46% faster than the 9700X, 53% faster than the 14900K, and 58% faster than the 285K. Pretty insane stuff. The 7800X 3D was only 12% faster.
Makes you wonder what happened if they put even more cache. Well, I mean, that's maybe what the 16 core and the 12 core processors are.
9800X 3D is
That's actually more exciting than this, even though this is pretty exciting. Is there might actually be an even better place for the 12 and 16 core models, especially the 12 core. The 12 core is an abomination with the 7000 series, because in the case of they only put CCD, they only put the X3D, so the cache, they only put it on one of the cores and one of the CCDs, and there's two CCDs, two 6-core CCDs. So you have one with cache on it and one without, and you can't run a 6-core part anymore. It doesn't fucking work without uncapping the whole thing, and at that point basically it ruins your performance, right? So like I don't know what AMD thought with the 7000 series. They were, it's great and everything. I talk a little bit about engineers being way too ideological. A lot of people, especially programmers, engineers, STEM people in general, tend to be very, very ideological, and they're always doing the thing that sounds really, really fucking cool. But at the end of the day, you have to realize that it basically never did what it was supposed to properly. Intel, with their P and E cores, knew that Windows and thread scheduling in general is broken. So basically, how the workload is put around on different cores, they knew it was broken. So they made the thread director, which does almost everything in the background completely seamlessly, and you never touch it. Right? You never need to touch it for the most part. And AMD never really did that. They have a PPM driver, which basically just forces a game onto 8 of the cores, and 6 of the cores, 8 of the cores. And that's not the same thing as what the thread director was doing seamlessly in the background, and it definitely has issues.
Okay. The 285K appears broken in this title right now, so I'm not sure how relevant this data is.
Talking about the
But in any
overclocking
case,
on the
the
285K.
9800X3D
285K
is
is new and
60%
clearly has some
faster.
teething issues going on here.
The 9800X3D is a beast in Counter-Strike 2, pushing the RTX
You
4090
monster!
to 668 FPS. And that's a 13% increase over the 7800X3D and nearly 30% faster than the 14900K. It was also 27% faster than the 9700X, so again the 3D V-Cache is providing great gaming gains. Oddly, the Zen 5 parts that we initially received were surprisingly weak in Starfield. The 9700X, for example, was 9% slower than the 7700X. But this issue does not apply to the 9800X 3D, as it was 21% faster than the 7800X 3D and 37% faster than the
As I've talked about
9700X.
before, they still test
It was also
Aquila,
able
which
to
is a
beat
city
Intel's
here,
best,
and
offering
it's
an
not
11%
representative of the rest of
increase
the
over the
Starfield. It's like some sort of
14900K
weird synthetic area
and
that depends on
10%
your
over the
I/O,
285K.
like your memory as well as your SSD, which you can actually watch when you run around it. You can see the workload all over the place, and it's generally not CPU bound for the most part, as much as like memory bound or something. It's some sort of weird shit. Installing the because we played Starfield for like 2 months. Installing the cache mod instantly fixes a lot of the issues with it. It's almost a purely synthetic benchmark at this point.
Again,
even though it's a
IO
game.
Guy is creating
This is
a
not
huge
the place to
bottleneck for
test
that
it.
9700X. We're also looking at strong gains in Space Marine 2. Here, the 9800X
Space Marines 2 can
3D
be
is
very
10%
CPU heavy,
faster
not
than
as much as
7800X
Helldivers 2,
3D,
but it's definitely
which
up
meant
there.
it was 23% faster than the 14900K and 27% faster than the 285K. We're also looking at a 28% uplift from the 9700X. The 9800X 3D is also able to take the lead in Hitman 3, offering 8% better performance than the 7800X 3D, which allowed it to overtake the 14900K by a slim 5% margin. Still, as one of the better gaming benchmarks for Intel, it's surprising to see them lose in this example.
Boop.
Now, the 9800X 3D was able to nudge ahead of the 7800X 3D in Watch Dogs Legion, offering an additional 6% performance, making it 19% faster than the 14900K and 36% faster than the 285K. Finally, we have Star Wars Outlaws, and despite being a heavily CPU-limited title, the 9800X 3D really doesn't offer that much here. It's just 10% faster than the 9700X, and this saw it just match the 14900K and 7800X 3D. I'm not entirely sure what the limiting factor is here. Other sections of the game will see frame rates climb much higher than 142 FPS, but in the NPC heavy section that we're testing here, this appears to be the current limit. Now for a look at power consumption when gaming.
Game
In
engine,
Cyberpunk 2077, the 9800X 3D is extremely efficient, consuming at 93 watts, which means it uses 11% more power than the 9700X for a 35% increase in performance. It was also a 36% power saving when compared to the 285K.
16-core chip, guys.
For 45%.
That's not a good thing. That means it's probably being held back.
It also stacks up really well in The Last of Us Part 1, consuming just 95 watts, the same level of power as the 9700X for 16% greater performance. Also, this time it consumed 34% less power than the 285K for 6% greater performance.
You can actually tell here, for instance, the 7700X, which is an 8-core part, and 7950X, which is a 16-core part. You can see how high it is comparably to the 7800 and 7950X 3D. Like, it's not a... It's actually kind of curious why the 7700X is so much higher than the 7800X. Yeah.
So the
both
9800X
8-core
3D
parts.
not only murders Intel's latest flagship offering in terms of FPS performance, but it also does so in terms of power efficiency.
Efficiency only matters
so
in
here it
servers
is,
and
the
mobile.
14 game average, and there's a lot to
To a certain
digest here.
extent.
Firstly, while AMD claimed on average that we'd see an 8% uplift over the 7800X 3D, we're happy to report in our testing the uplift was 11%, so even better than what AMD claimed. That's also a truly impressive improvement over what was already the world's fastest gaming processor. Sure, it's not nearly as impressive as the 24% increase the 7800X3D offered over the 5800X3D, but given how
There's a lot going on
disappointing the
there.
initial wave of Zen 5 products was, 11% is pretty great stuff.
The 5800X3D was basically
Intel's now
it was basically duct taped in. It was never planned to be a model, and they made it work. So obviously there's plenty of optimizations they can actually do to it if they're actually planning to have an X3D chip along the way.
facing a historic loss when it comes to gaming performance, with the 9800X3D crushing the 14900K by a 27% margin. That is an incredible deficit that only gets worse when you include the 285K.
285K, I'm pretty sure they can do some optimizing with, and it'll probably change in the next 6 months or so.
Margin. And those are unheard of margins. It wasn't that long ago that some PC enthusiasts made a big deal out of Intel having, on average, a 5% lead over AMD. And while I personally never considered 5% to be statistically significant, 27 to 33% certainly is. Now here's a closer look at how the 9800X3D and 9700X compared on a per game basis. As you can see, we saw a few examples of gains at or around 45%, which is incredible. Not only that, but half of the games tested saw gains of 30% or greater, which is why the 9800X3D was on average 30% faster than the 9700X.
I'm going to be really curious. I don't think, unlike the 285K, which Intel might be able to optimize a bit, I'm pretty sure there's some sort of limitation on the 9000 series that they aren't going to be able to do the same thing with for AMD. But maybe they might find something to overclock to make up for the difference, because it's pretty clear there's something else going on in the background here.
Then when compared to the 7800X3D, as you just saw, we found that the 9800X3D was on average 11% faster, though we did see gains as high as 21%. There were also a handful of single-digit margins and just a single example where performance went unchanged. Now, when compared to the 14900K, it's an easy win for the 9800X3D, offering on average 28% greater performance when calculating the margins on a per-game basis. It's also wild to see so many examples where the 9800X3D was offering over 30% greater performance, and then so few examples where the results were actually competitive. Then we have the 285K matchup, which really isn't a matchup at all, as the 9800X3D manages to make the 285K look like an entry-level gaming CPU. There are just 4 examples where the performance is somewhat competitive, with 10 where it's just a slaughter. Okay, so time for the all-important cost per frame data, and at this point I should really note that the MSRP has been set at $480 US, which is
good luck finding it at 480
over the 7800X3D.
Yeah,
and
it's scalped out the wazoo, guys.
So AMD clearly knows it's onto a winner here, and even at $480 US, it blows the Intel competition.
I believe they started at like $900 now?
And not just in terms of raw FPS performance, but also value. The 9800X3D comes in 14% better value than the 14900K, and 43% better value than 285K.
I bet
$780 is much
$780.
better for productivity, but if you primarily care about gaming performance, then Intel doesn't really have anything for you right now.
Ooh,
now, PBO.
$630.
There are a few different ways to
I was off,
enable it,
guys.
and for our testing, we did manually enable PBO via the BIOS. For this, we enabled PBO Advanced,
PBO is like
which sets
automatic
the
overclocking.
TDC, and EDC limits automatically. We then set the PBO scaler to 10 times, and the CPU boost clock overdrive was set to plus 200 megahertz.
Kind of weird how
Finally,
PBO
the
works.
curve optimizer
Sometimes
was set
setting
to
the scaler to
-20,
10x can actually make
and
things
this was
worse.
stable with our CPU.
Optimizer takes a
Now,
lot
this
of
only
practice to
boosted our
test.
Cinebench multi-core score by 2.5%.
Basically, under volt
nothing to get
CPU, which
excited about
rises
there.
higher,
We
which is
also only
actually
saw a
pretty
3%
ridiculous.
increase to the single core score. So again, nothing to get excited about. Disappointingly, these minor performance improvements did see the power usage increase by a whopping 20%. So if you care about power efficiency, this PBO configuration won't be for you. Testing with Star Wars Jedi Survivor only saw a 3% increase in performance, so again, pretty underwhelming stuff there. Remnant 2 only saw a 2% increase with PBO, so while still amazing performance overall, it's probably not worth the effort, nor the increased power usage or the fact that you are risking system stability by doing this. Then we have Hitman 3. We did see a 4% performance increase,
Fully
but even
expect the
that's
PVO
a
to be
pretty weak
higher.
uplift given the trade-offs. Now, just lastly, I wanted to look at memory scaling performance, and for this I've got half a dozen G-Skill memory kits, which I'll be trying on the X670E Aorus Master motherboard. I should also note again that you do not require X870E motherboards for DDR5 8000 support. The X870E chipset is a straight refresh of X670E, so that is to say they are the exact same thing. For memory speeds above 6400, I'm using a 2:1 ratio, and all configurations are running at a 2000 MHz fabric frequency.
Pretty sure I have a
It's also worth
670.
noting that the memory
X670.
support for the 9800X3D and Zen 5 in general is the
50.
same as Zen 4, so
Oh.
parts like the 7800X3D and 9800X3D will be the
Yeah,
same.
with
in that
this, the only
regard.
difference was basically
The
a
memory
5.0
controller is housed in the I/O die,
graphics
and both
interface.
Zen 4 and Zen 5
But I still have a
use the exact
5.0
same I/O die,
NVMe
and therefore
drive
memory
slot.
support is exactly the same. Sorry to be repeating myself for those of you who watched.
It's actually
the entire
tough
video at
finding
this point, but some people
motherboards
skip
with
to,
multiple PCIe
the
slots
benchmark
nowadays. They love to
section.
shove it into
Again,
the peripherals
apologies.
and then just
So,
cover it
for
with a plate.
example, all of the following memory
Pretend that you're
configurations
actually
will
getting
work
something
with the
good.
7800X3D, provided you have a suitable motherboard.
I know it's kind of
Now, those
it's kind of
events
weird how
2024
tech tubers don't really harp on it more, but if you have a PCIe slot, guys, you can legit slide anything in there you want. That's what she said. And as it turns out, you can literally put a USB card slot in there, you can put a NIC in there, you can put Wi-Fi in there, you can put a capture card in there. There's tons and tons and tons of things you can put in a PCIe slot. If you don't have it, you can't do it. And that's one of the reasons motherboard manufacturers cut them out, is because it actually reduces the ability for them to upsell their boards at insanely crazy prices that don't matter.
Can be sensitive to memory performance. We're seeing very little change in performance between the 6 memory configurations tested, and no change in the data when looking at single core performance. As for gaming, Star Wars Jedi Survivor is a memory sensitive title, and here we see that our review kit of DDR5 6000 CL30 memory does provide optimal performance for the 9800X3D. Upgrading to low latency DDR5 8000 memory only improves performance by 1.3% in this example,
Woo!
while CL40 8000 is
$400 kit or
1.7%
something.
slower. And it's much the same story in Remnant 2. Here the 6000 CL30 kit provided 158 FPS on average, and 8000 CL36 was only able to improve upon this result by 1.2%. Then finally, in Hitman 3, we're looking at less than a 2% variation in performance between the slowest and fastest memory configurations tested, so my recommendation remains the same. Go with DDR5 6000 memory and get the lowest latency stuff that makes sense or you can afford. Finally, an exciting product worth buying. It has been rough out here, but as I said, we now have something that we can recommend you actually go out and purchase, even at the launch price. That said, if you were to go and snap up a 9800X3D right away, do so knowing it will almost certainly be cheaper in a few months' time, and it could end up being a lot cheaper in the not too distant future. AMD is typically very aggressive with their CPU pricing, and despite rave reviews and loads of interest from consumers, it only took around 3 months before the 7800X3D saw at least $50 slashed off the price, and then 6 months later, it received a $90 discount. Of course, price cuts for the 9800X3D, they're not going to be guaranteed, but based on past trends, they do seem highly likely.
Yeah, there's a lot of
if you're
demand
not
right now.
desperately in need of that upgrade
With the
right
past generation, there were legit people for the 9000 series guys that bought the 9000 series, and then 6 months later, the X3D chips released. This time around, they didn't buy them at all, and they just waited for the X3D chips to come out. So all the demand for the 9000 series is literally on the X3D chips. Nothing to do with how they tested. Gamers just know that X3D is better than the normal chips now, and as such, they're buying appropriately, which is why there's a boatload of demand for them.
a little bit if you wait.
The 9000 series had
It's
no
also
demand
worth
because
noting
gamers
5
were
months
buying
ago,
them.
the
It didn't make sense.
7800X3D was
Put aside the
retailing for as
performance.
little as $340 US, and less than a month ago could be had for $420 US, though at that price it represents similar value to the 9800X3D. So, for the 9800X3D to match the value of a $340 US 7800X3D, it would need $100 US slashed off the price, dropping it down to $380 US. Still, as I said, the 9800X3D represents great value even at the $480 US MSRP, and while some will be disappointed with the small price hike, it is only $30, which is probably in line with inflation over the past few years anyway. But without going down that rabbit hole, when compared to what Intel has on offer, the 9800X3D is exceptionally good value. And of course, we're looking at this purely from a gaming perspective, as the 9800X3D is a gaming CPU. Even with the outgoing discount applied to the 14900K, Intel just can't compete with the value of the 9800X3D. And they certainly
At least
can't
with the current
compete in terms of
285K.
performance.
It might change.
I don't care how good you think your memory tuning skills are, the core...
I mean, if you've seen some of the benchmarks on Twitter, and it's not particularly memory tuning, it's one part of the chip. I don't think it's a ring bus. There's something weird in it that they changed.
i9 gets completely and totally annihilated. And
it does, but it's much better than what's being shown here.
Efficiency. All of that said, the 9800X3D has no competition right now, and therefore AMD could have almost certainly gotten away with charging even more. Thankfully they didn't, which I think long term will prove to be a smart choice. Therefore, we've established that, at least in my opinion, the 9800X3D at $480 US is a good value product, based on the fact that it completely annihilates the competition, and even at its introductory price, the value is still there, especially considering it's a class-leading flagship product, and there's always a bit of a premium associated with being the best of the best. So based on that, I'm obviously very happy with the performance we're seeing, and therefore the uplift over the 7800X3D. Though admittedly an 11% improvement on average, it's not mind-blowing, and when compared to the generational gains that we've historically seen from AMD over the past 6 years, it's actually pretty weak. But given the current circumstances, this sort of improvement has wound up being tremendously exciting. This is due in part to the fact that the initial wave of Zen 5 products were extremely underwhelming. A flop in every sense of the word.
Another chip that needs tuning, apparently.
Performance gains over the previous generation Zen 4 parts, and despite initial claims, there were no efficiency gains, at least for general desktop usage and gaming, and therefore, the price premium meant that in all instances, you were better off buying a Zen 4 part. And even today, Zen 4 is still better, which is why I say those Zen 5 parts are a flop. They need not exist. To date, they offer you nothing. Then you have competing parts from Intel, such as the 14900K, a part that has been plagued with stability and degradation concerns, though those issues should be addressed at this point in time.
Oh, you have to wait 2 years to figure that out.
Those issues aside though, the Core i9 is grossly inefficient, and more to the point, much slower than the 9800X3D. There's also the new Core Ultra 9 285K, which at this point in time is slower than the 14900K for gaming. And while there's a chance Intel could improve gaming performance, it won't be to the degree that sees it competitive with a part such as the 9800X3D. So, given all of that, an 11% uplift over the 7800X3D ends up looking pretty great, and this result will almost certainly see the 9800X3D sell like hotcakes. It does make you wonder though, why AMD even bothered with these standard Zen 5 parts to begin with, given that for the most part,
there's people that want them for desktop usage, and they probably thought it was going to perform better. Once again, chips take years to produce, and they probably had them in the pipeline even before this happened. They can't really do anything about it.
And the evidence suggests this is largely due to the I/O die. So maybe a better question is, why did AMD choose to gimp Zen 5 with the old I/O die from Zen 4, spoiling the product in the process?
No.
And an improved I/O die will almost certainly benefit the 9800X3D as well. Anyway, there's no changing this now, but it does give me some hope that Zen 6 can deliver serious performance gains, assuming that AMD doesn't stick with the same I/O die for that release. So we'll just have to wait and see on that one. For now, the 9800X3D is mighty impressive, the undisputed king of gaming, and it marks a historic point in time, as I don't think AMD has ever been this dominant over Intel. Certainly not in the last 15 years. Seeing AMD beat Intel by an almost 30% margin for gaming beggars belief, and I'll admit I'm still having a hard time believing this is real, but apparently this is the situation in late 2024.
Yep.
And that is going to do it for my review of the 9800X3D. Of course, we're going to have a lot more benchmarks, big 40 game head-to-heads with various different CPUs.
Take a look at that.
So make sure you are subscribed to that. Also, don't forget to like the video. Yeah, subscribe. I think I already said that. We have the join button. That's a new thing. Or Patreon. You can go to either one of those. It'll give you access to our exclusive Discord server, monthly live streams, Q&A stuff. A lot of cool things there, so check it out if you're interested. But if not, that is perfectly fine. And I would like to thank you for watching this video. I'm your host, Steve. See you again next time.
Boop, doop, doop. Thanks, Steve. All right. I want to take a look at this, and once again, I don't know what we're going to play today. We're going to play something here. Hopefully, in a bit. Let's play Satisfactory? No. Where is Gamers Nexus? We're going to quickly look at their benchmarks. We're not going to watch the whole video.
AMD's Ryzen 7 9800X2D embargo lifts today, and we're reviewing it. The 9800X2D is a Zen 5 CPU. It has extra cat marks. Stellaris is up now. We pulled this one forward because the results are so interesting. So this is a 4X game. It is tested for simulation time rather than frame rate.
Fucking Stellaris sucks, guys. I like Sins of Solar Empire. I like Civ. It's like they took the elements from all the 4X games and like smashed them together and just made this amalgam of shit. There's just like too much just garbage.
So
there's way too much shit to become super monotonous managing everything. Like way too much time, way too in depth, and it just like brain fried stuff. And I love Sins. I love Sins. I love Civ, but that's just.
We see it again with the 9800X3D. The 9800X3D absolutely crushes the prior top result with a 25.8 second entry against the 9700X's already barrier breaking 30.3 second result. This previously appeared to be a limitation of the memory, which we can see reinforced with the 31.1 second 285K at DDR5 8600 versus the stock result at 32.5 seconds. The original X3D CPU with the 5800X3D posted a 35.4 second result against the 40.7 second result of the 5800X. So we're seeing a repeat of that era, and that was impressive too. The 9800X3D also reduces the 7800X3D simulation time by 17.6%. Intel's best showing is the 285K with faster memory, but that's not a like-for-like comparison because we could boost the memory on AMD also. The 285K required a 32.5 second time for simulation with the stock 285K to complete the work, meaning the 9800X3D reduces time required by 21%. The 7950X3D shows why we haven't retested it. It underperforms overall for all the reasons we explained previously in our review of the part. This is why it hasn't been on the charts. The 14900K and 14700K are effectively tied and within the error of each other, and removing any limit
can normalize it, guys.
that much. This is a great showing for the 9800X3D. Dragon's Dogma 2 is up now, another of our 2024 titles. This game, even with all its updates to improve CPU performance, is still heavy on CPUs. The 9800X3D distances itself from the 7800X3D with a 16.2% uplift, gaining on the original 111 FPS average to an impressive 129 FPS average. We reran this one multiple times to ensure the result was right, but it ended up not even being our biggest gain in the suite. The gain on the 14900K was about 17%, up from 109.6 FPS average. The same is true of the prior 5800X3D. Over the 285K, we saw a 23% uplift. Frame times were improved in this game, but not as much or as disproportionately as we saw in some select titles. The improvement is more or less proportional to the average frame rate, so there's no particularly impressive divergence in the lows. In other words, it tracks with what we would expect of a 129 FPS average. Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail's up now, released this year. The 9800X3D breaks the previous upper bound of the chart. Let's run through the flagships. So the 9800X3D CPU ran at
change the coloring on the 1%.
5.6% higher frame rate than the 7800X3D, while costing the same as the current 7800X3D pricing at the time of writing. Obviously, the super low pricing of the past is not available.
One of the reasons we generally don't look at
the 1400K ran at
Gamers Nexus as opposed to hardware and box is because of the lack of games, although they improved that. A couple years ago, they were only testing like 4 games or 5 games.
CPUs are hugely regressive and impressively bad value. So the 285K's 270 FPS average gives the 9800X3D an overwhelming lead of 38.3% higher average frame rate. As for the 5800X2D, the lead is 11.8% over the prior AMD gaming flagship 334 FPS average. For some anchors to older parts, the R7 2700 and 2600 were around 145 to 150 FPS average, with the 2600 benefiting from a frequency advantage. So you're getting potentially multiples here depending on how far back you're upgrading from. The 3600 was at 170 FPS average. The Intel 12100F is down at 186. For frame times, we observed overall similar frame-to-frame intervals for the 9800X2D and 7800X2D. Typically, they oscillate between 2 milliseconds and 4 millisecond intervals, where 16.667 would be 60 FPS. The spikes are what matter, though. The 9800 X3D in this title had slightly shorter excursions from the mean than the 7800 X3D. The difference is hardly perceptible.
Once again, it would be ridiculous to see Intel with a giant cache. Still think it would, guys.
Consistent frame times in this title. Baldur's Gate 3 from 2023 is up next. We want to caveat this one with some transparency and a disclaimer. We saw a larger than typical gain in the 9800 X3D versus 7800 X3D for this. Obviously, we decided to clear the data because it made it into the review, but we spent a day troubleshooting it. We came to the conclusion that there's no evidence to suggest any testing errors, any uncharacteristic issues caused by the test or the game itself. So we're going to run the data because it's interesting. We'd pull it if we had substantiated concerns, but we couldn't prove any of the suspicions we had. So we checked with 2 other reviewers in peer review, ran hardware info logging, reran the test multiple times on both the 98 and 7800 X3D, and came to the same results. So then, here it is. The game has the 9800 X3D way up at 160 FPS average, leading the 7800 X3D by an obscene 26.9%. The 7800 X3D in both our shown dataset and our unshown additional tests have it in the 124 to 126 FPS range. This was after we double checked it and got the same results each time. The 4900K ran at 105 FPS average, giving the 9800 X3D a crushing
Not even close
advantage
with
of
285.
53.2%. The 7800 X3D already had a lead over the 14900K of around 21%, depending on which data
They're going to be solo for a while. The 12 and 16 core processors, I'm pretty sure, are going to change stuff, but I don't think there's a release cycle for them yet. I think it's CES, which is 3 months away.
We're seeing a boost of 33.3% from the prior 120 FPS average. Baldur's Gate 3 frame times for the 9800 X3D also improved over the 7800 X3D, and this time it wasn't just proportional to the average uplift. In the frame time chart here, you can see the 9800 X3D maintained a tighter frame-to-frame interval with reduced amplitude of excursions from any given prior frame. There aren't too many huge spikes for either of these really. Tend to not notice unless it's 12 to 16 milliseconds. Some people can notice 8 millisecond excursions from frame n-1. But the big thing here is that the 9800 X3D is just tighter together. Now, both of these would be an overall objectively good experience, though. Because this was an outlier, we ran hardware info logging against the test as a separate run. In this test, the 9800 X3D average all-core frequency was about 5225 megahertz, which is impressive for all-core.
Good evening, bro.
We think this is why the performance is so disproportionately good. There's a much higher power budget, so we're not trimming the frequency peaks, and the power consumption itself isn't overall excessive for the game. The two combine to allow budget for full boosting. And then plotting the 7800 X3D, we see a much spikier, less predictable average all-core frequency that bounces between 4500 and 5050 megahertz under load. The highest single-core frequency is also variable. This is contributing to the behaviors discovered in the test. In Rainbow Six Siege, the 9800 X3D landed at 643 FPS average and led the 7800 X3D's 622 FPS result by 3.4%. There are limited gains to be found in a game already over 600 FPS. We'd have to reevaluate this with whatever.
I have a 540 hertz monitor. Thank you very much.
Try and find the true CPU ceiling. It at least gives perspective that you may not see big differences in heavily bound scenarios. The 14900K ran at 586 FPS average here, so the 9800 X3D has a 10% improvement. The new X3D part's also about 10% over the 285K. Compared to the 5800 X3D, the 9800 X3D gains 12% average FPS, and we removed some of the other CPUs from this one to make space for APO on results. As a reminder, APO is now doing little for performance in any of our tests. This includes Rainbow Six, which previously saw larger impact. The 14900K is about 10 FPS different with APO on. The 285K saw a change only with an error in run-to-run variance, so it's irrelevant. Starfield is up now, a 2023 title. In this game, the 9800 X3D leads the 7800 X3D by 16%, impressing again, generationally. The new result is 169 FPS average to the 145 of the 7800 X3D. The 14900K is led by 24.6% with its 135 FPS result. The new 285K did a little better than the 14900K in this game at 143 FPS average. That's still an 18% higher average frame rate for the 9800 X3D. Even with the DDR5 8600 memory in Gear 2 with the 285K, which required blasting the VDIM and some other settings tweaks, it still caps out at 152 FPS average. That was a great result. But the 9800 XD puts things into a new perspective. Against the prior AMD 5800 XD
12 and 16 core models, guys.
Result, the new
12 core model
has
might be a weirdo, but 16 core model is definitely going to dominate.
Older parts include the 2600 at 59 FPS average, the 2700 at 66, the 3600 at 70, and the 12100F at 71 FPS. F124 is another of the games with a lower boost over the 7800 XD. The 9800 XD ran at 464 FPS average here with a 5.8% improvement on the 438 result of the 78 X3D. The 14900K ran at 385 FPS average, so it's about a 21% uplift for the 9800 X3D. The 285K was massively regressive in this game and was down at 344 FPS. That yields a 35% advantage to the 9800X3D. Against AMD's flagship from the 5000 era, the lead is 18.6% over the 391 FPS result of the 5800X3D.
5000 series still doing phenomenal.
But it's important for perspective
5800 XTD, that is,
sometimes
or 5700 XTD.
It depends on which CPU we're looking at. The 9800X3D ran at 490 FPS average, which is within error of the 7800X3D. These two are bound by the same bottleneck, which in this situation is the GPU. There's only a 5% lead over the 1400K due to the same limitation, with an 8% advantage over the regressive 285K. The 5800X3D ran at 457 FPS average, so another 7% improvement for the 9800X3D here. The 14600K, with its recent rerun we ran, landed it up alongside the 14700K, with both encountering the same bottleneck as the 13700K and the 7800X3D. Sometimes people ask why a 13700K could be better on a chart than a 14700K. It isn't here. It's just that we actually can't see the unbound scaling, so they look the same. This limits the usefulness of this test. This game has 0.1% low issues with the i9 CPUs due to their thread count. You can see that pretty clearly here. We don't test community FPS mods, so it's up to the devs to fix this. It is, however, a real representation of the out-of-box performance for these parts. We'll now get into efficiency testing and then the rest of the benchmarks. So this testing looks at CPU performance per watt, typically represented as FPS per watt for games, which would be frames per joule, or MIPS per watt in the case of 7-zip. Sometimes we have simulations per watt hour.
I think that they tried to prioritize efficiency,
watts drawn on average for the
productivity
test versus the performance of the task. Adjusting either of these two parameters, we're excited for everyone to start receiving that.
Thanks, Steve.
So thank you for the support. I'm thrilled with the reception overall, especially to the inductor dice, because that was like my project specifically for 10 months. So very excited to have it out there. We'll see you all next time.
Okay. Good. And then we want to take a look at 40 cores. This is 48 benchmarks. This one's short. And then we're good. All right.
Just a few days ago now, AMD released the highly anticipated Ryzen 7 9800X3D. And I think it's fair to say virtually everyone was excited by what this thing had to offer. Prior to the release, it was pretty difficult to gauge where the 9800X3D would land, especially relative to something like a 7800X3D. And while I was personally hoping for at least a 10% uplift on average, I never expected to see gaming gains exceed 20% in individual cases. So that was really nice to see. Today's sponsor spot is brought to you by MSI and their GeForce RTX 40 series graphics cards. If yourself to be a PC enthusiast, but don't understand why reviewers test this way, don't take to the comments. Include 5 games, and we'll start with The Last of Us Part 1, where the 9800X3D was on average 20% faster, which is a huge win, but it also improved the 1% lows by a massive 33%.
Comparing last gen and current gen.
Then we have Cyberpunk, where we saw a more modest 8% increase to the average frame rate. And then
what's going to be curious is
much more impressive, up to 21%
12 and 60 core once again
here from the new Zen 5 3D V-Cache model. The 7800X3D was already mighty fast in ACC, but even so, the 9800X3D was still able to provide an additional 14% performance, hitting 269 FPS. Then we have Spider-Man Remastered, where the 9800X3D was 15% faster, rendering comfortably over 200 FPS on average, and we also saw a massive 22% increase to the 1% lows, so overall much better performance in this title. In this next batch of games, we're seeing pretty consistent gains across the board. Testing with Baldur's Gate 3 saw the 9800X3D delivering 11% more performance on average, with an 18% improvement to the 1% lows. We're also looking at a nice 16% boost to the averages in Homeworld 3, and a much needed 21% uplift for the 1% lows. The 9800X3D pushes ever closer to 200 FPS in a Plague Tale Requiem, rendering
12 and 16 core model, man.
10% faster. Interestingly, there's almost no improvement.
Not actually interested in buying the 8 core, by the way.
Flight Simulator, yet the average frame rate was increased by 17%, rendering 95 FPS. Then we have Starfield, where the 7800X3D
it might not be
was only able to throughput 116 FPS in our test, which is a surprisingly low frame rate, and clearly the game is heavily CPU limited. That being the case, the 9800X3D was able to offer strong gains with an average of 140 FPS, which is a 21% increase. Moving on, we have Horizon Forbidden West. And
Early
despite
2025,
testing
it might
quite
be
a
CES.
CPU-demanding village
It's
section
at least
of
the
the
last
game, these
alleged leak.
X3D processors delivered similar results, as the new Zen 5 model was just 5% faster. It was a similar story in Horizon Zero Dawn, where the 9800X 3D was just 3% faster. Now, a game where we do see big gains for the 9800X 3D is Watch Dogs Legion. Here, the average frame rate increased by 14%, which is impressive, but it's the 1% lows that are most impressive, improving by a massive 36%. The gains in Far Cry 6 are much smaller. Here, we're looking at just a 5% improvement, so about the bare minimum that you'd hope for.
Still saying
And the
CES,
same
guys.
applies to Thrones and Liberty. Here, the 9800X 3D is a mere 6% faster. For the next set of results, we'll start with Hitman 3, where the 9800X 3D is delivering an additional 8% performance, allowing for 289 FPS. The Callisto Protocol, on the other hand, appears GPU limited, despite only delivering just shy of 150 FPS at 1080p using an RTX 4090. Now, we are seeing a 10% boost in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, jumping up from 328 FPS to 361 FPS. And the gains in Halo Infinite, along with Warhammer 3, are extremely small. We're looking at just a 2 to 3% margin in those examples. Next up, we have Call of Duty Black Ops 6, and despite using the basic quality preset, which allows for well over 300 FPS, both the 7800X 3D and 9800X 3 delivered virtually the same performance, with no more than 1% separating these results. The gains in Borderlands 3 were also disappointing. Here, the new Zen 5 version is just 3% faster. The Riftbreaker CPU benchmark is very CPU demanding, and as a result, the 9800X 3D is able to outperform the 7800X 3D by a 12% margin in this example.
That grows
The
even
Remnant
bigger.
2
Maybe
is
we'll play
also a
Riftbreaker. There's a new DLC for Riftbreaker I never played. This grows even more, guys. Generally, I don't know what settings he's testing on for Riftbreaker, but when you crank up the number of units, it drastically increases the load on your CPU. So there's a lot of cases, guys, where it's like, you're like, it seems like kind of this is just like the normal mission or something like that. But we've clearly tried like, what was it? We're on like 3000x difficulty or something like that, which is an absurd amount of units just constantly streaming at you. And definitely not what they're testing here.
Very CPU demanding title. Here we're looking at a 14% performance increase, though the 1% lows remained much the same. Then we have Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and in this example, the 9800X 3D also does quite well, delivering a 9% performance improvement. Moving on to War Thunder, the 9800X 3D is 9% faster here, hitting 397 FPS, and we're even seeing a 14% boost to the 1% lows. Unfortunately though, performance goes unchanged in Skull and Bones, Returnal, and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, and in some instances this will be because we're GPU limited, but that's not always going to be the case. It could also just happen to be that the 9800X 3D isn't always going to be much faster or faster than the 7800X 3D. That said, we did find a 13% performance uplift in Dying Light 2, which is a noteworthy gain. I've included the Forza games because they're always heavily requested, but truth be told, they're not very CPU demanding, certainly not when talking about top tier CPUs, with only a very slight edge favoring these
difficult to test Helldivers 2
Where
too,
the
because there's no way to
9800X 3D
consistently
is
test
able
the
to
same
fall
mission
ahead
because of
is
the way
in
that they
Gears
operate with
5
procedural
benchmark,
generation.
where it was able to boost the average
Unfortunately.
frame rate by 10% and the 1% lows by 23%. So a good uplift there, and we see a similar thing in Ghost of Tsushima, where the 9800X 3D was 13% faster on average. Unfortunately though, there's no additional performance to be had in Hunt Showdown 1896, at least where we're testing. Okay, here we have the second last set of results, and we'll start with World War Z,
670
where the
frames in
9800X
Counter-Strike
3D
2,
is
guys.
10% faster, or 15% faster if we look at the 1% lows. Then we have F1, which isn't a good CPU benchmark, but again, some of you play it, and you'll want to see the results, so here they are. Smoking fast performance all round then. And speaking of smoking fast performance, how does 675 FPS sound in Rainbow Six Siege? Probably enough, even for the esports guys.
Oh shit.
The 9800X 3D was only 4% faster here, but the 70...
I'm going to put a lasagna in. We're back, guys. 1 second. Before I forget. Alrighty.
800X3D was probably fast enough.
Done and done.
On the other hand, Counter-Strike 2 sees a much-needed 13%.
My eyes can't take much more of this, guys.
Taking the FPS to 668.
Can't handle context
which
in front of the
CS2
computer
players
screen.
will tell
Doesn't
you
work.
Is almost enough FPS. Then there's my favorite Fortnite, and here the 9800X3D is 8% faster. So it looks like I'll be upgrading my gaming PC shortly.
Oh.
Finally, we have the last 5 games tested, bringing the grand total to 45 games. The Assassin's Creed games can be very CPU demanding at times, but not to the degree that you'll see any real separation between very high-end gaming CPUs such as the 7800X3D and 9800X3D. Space Marine 2, on the other hand, is extremely CPU limited, so the 9800X3D comes in clutch here, boosting frame rates by 10% for a more genuine high refresh rate experience. Sadly, however, Star Wars Outlaws, which is another very CPU limited game, sees no improvement with the 9800X3D.
Margin error.
Then we have the new Dragon Age, the Veilguard game, and here the 9800X3D is 10% faster,
really want to play that.
19% faster when comparing 1% lows. So that's a great result. Okay, so here's how the 9800X3D and 7800X3D compare head-to-head across the 45 games tested. And on average, the Zen 5 part was 8% faster, which is what AMD officially claimed for this part, though we found an 11% margin in our day one review, which focused more on CPU demanding titles such as Starfield, Hogwarts Legacy, The Last of Us Part 1, Homeworld 3, and Watch Dogs Legion, just to name a few. We're also seeing big margins in Microsoft Flight Simulator and Spider-Man Remastered, for example, but then we're also seeing next to no performance uplift for 19 of the 45 games tested, and in those examples, the margin is 5% or less.
I want to see the 12 and 16 core model, guys,
the
with 2 CCDs.
Just isn't much faster than the 7800X3D.
Specifically, if they're uncapped. If they aren't uncapped and the power limit is probably going to be a shit show.
Just requires very little CPU power, such as the Forza games, for example. So if we remove 15 of those titles, we get back to an 11% margin, and this, in my opinion, better represents the gaming performance between the 7800X3D and 9800X3D, in the sense that future, more demanding titles will almost certainly see margins like what we're seeing today in games like Hogwarts Legacy and Starfield. So
because you're always going to end up with 5,090, 6,090, 7,090,
is up to 21%,
and then it's about how long your CPU is going to last for.
X3D, which is an incredible performance uplift given what we found previously with the non-3D Vcache Zen 4 versus Zen 5 testing. Then, depending on the sample of games used for testing and how those games are tested, the average performance gain can be anywhere from around 5% all the way up to 15%. I think the 11% margin shown in our day one review is a better representation of the performance margin between these two CPUs. And as I said, I fully expect that in a year or two from now, margins of at least 11% will become the norm as games continue to become increasingly CPU demanding. Now, in terms of value, it's going to be a while before.
And there's also going to be a 5090 out, guys. And there will be a 5090. Yes. The new GPU. No way. And to highlight that, you can literally test a 980 Ti if you wanted to make a point of how there's always going to be something better. Test a 980 Ti against a 4090 Ti in CPU-bound benchmarks and see how it happens. See what happens.
The 9800X3D is able to offer what the 7800X3D did at $340 US. But if you're after the best possible gaming experience, then the
12 and 16 core model guys are going to be something. I hope there's someone that can actually test them properly.
Is a no-brainer.
They definitely, like, even Hardware Unboxed, because they're generally pretty good at what they do, which is the whole reason they cover their channel. It doesn't go really out of their way to mess with kind of like niche combinations. Besides memory, they do memory testing, right?
Until then, I hope you enjoyed all of this testing. Make sure you subscribed.
A lot of problems with Windows and Thread Scheduler nowadays.
Become a Hardware Unboxed member. We have the join
button. Not just Windows, AMD too, also fucking with things.
Sign up to our Patreon account. Neither one of those will give you access to our
fighting both the OS and the hardware manufacturer that doesn't want to help itself.
Live streams, there's Q&A stuff there, behind the scenes content, a lot of cool things. So check that out.
Probably the best tech tuber is Hardware Unboxed, and then Gamers Next is pretty good too.
I'm your host Steve,
but not as good. Actually, I don't know. I think they fell off at one point where they just stopped testing new games, and then they added a bunch of games back. Hardware Unboxed is pretty solid though. Can't wait to pair a 9800 X3D with a 5090 instead of buying a car. It's funny because it's true. 8% uplift over 7800 X3D is actually in line with AMD's own 15 benchmarks for marketing material. At least they're being honest. All of them 16 core model are going to be something. I'm surprised you didn't mention them at all. Are going to be something interesting. Okay. Now begins, guys. What are we going to do for gaming? What are we going to do for games? I have no idea. So I wanted to cover the 9800 X3D launch because it's kind of interesting and I love covering hardware. Other than that, what are we going to do, guys? What are we going to do? I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a game to play right now, guys. And Black Ops 6, well, you know, there's going to be Warzone eventually, right? I don't want to play 6v6. 6v6 COD, I think, is boring as fuck. What I really enjoyed in the last COD that we played was Ground War. Ground War doesn't exist in this COD for some strange fucking reason, despite it actually being really cool. Basically being, you know, the battlefield mode, right? It just doesn't exist. So what are we going to play, guys? What are we going to do? What are we going to play? I don't want to be a lyric here where I just go through and look at Steam games, but I don't really have anything planned right now. There's Deadlock. I'd have to acquire an invite to Deadlock. There is 6v6 in Overwatch that's coming up. However, that is, I think, in December. Those guys. What are we going to play? Mainly going to be what we see in the category, which is basically just there's GTRP, COD, the specs. Nothing this actually changes anything. There's actually some people that stream BlackRock Galactic. There's some people that stream Helldivers 2 still, so. Helldivers 2 is not all that different than what it used to be, so I don't think we're going back anytime soon. Well, too much of the same, and we played too much of the same, so. People playing and watching. More people watching than Deep Rock Galactic. I haven't played Deep Rock Galactic, though. League of Legends, we talked about that. League of Legends is like the boringest of MMOs, or MOBAs. Valorant, you can't stream without getting stream sniped. This is all super hardcore shit. We played the shit out of, and it's boring now. Apex is in the same boat as Fortnite. There's Overwatch. Dead by Daylight. We could go back to Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight is a game unlike any other game, and has an extremely toxic survivor community that always tries to shit on killers, and they get really, really, really bent out of shape when they don't. Really, really bent out of shape when they don't. My best clips I've ever made on my channel, guys, are from Dead by Daylight, where the fucking survivors just flip the fuck out. Arcane, not watching that until the other two other parts of it air, which is going to be in like 3 weeks. What are we going to play? Tower Factory. Deadlock is doing pretty poopy. I did say it was going to be 4 to 6 months. When was Deadlock first released? When did it go public? I did 4 to 6 months. When did Deadlock go public? It was carried by August 23rd. Only being carried by Twitch. Like 3 months. So didn't meet the 4-month expectation. There isn't too much to Deadlock. It is like Smite, only not as well thought out and still very, very fresh. But it's an alpha. It doesn't matter. It's basically released at this point. This game's already released. It's not going to change. If we get a spike when it goes retail, then it's going to go back to where it is right now. Go back to Overwatch and play tank, guys. A while since we've done a competitive FPS. Playing Pharaoh for the longest time, and we're probably going to shift off the tank because less likely to get pooped on by cheaters. There's a massive cheating problem in the game. Valorant is just Counter-Strike. Be interested in that. Warcraft we're done with for this expansion. It basically comes down to Deadlock, Overwatch tanking, or Dead by Daylight. It's basically what the only choice is. I'd play COD if there's a ground war, but there's no ground war. And they haven't announced one. For whatever fucking weird reason. Absolutely shitload of cheaters in Overwatch. So I streamed Dead by Daylight, guys, for 2 years. And over the course of streaming Dead by Daylight for 2 years, what I realized is the majority of the viewership in Dead by Daylight only wanted to either watch really good survivors or they wanted to watch killers that get shit on, because most of Dead by Daylight viewers are survivor mains. And as such, they don't want to watch survivors get shit on. It's very us versus them mentality. As such, if you do really good in Dead by Daylight as a killer, they don't like you. They don't fucking like you. Yeah, that's the way that turns out. Overwatch tanking. Play the new expansion. Look through the reviews already, as people basically said the biome isn't really all that different and the stuff isn't really all that different than what already exists in the game. Why I didn't go on my way to play it. With DLC since the last play, Oxygen not included. I think there's a space one, which I don't have. A new one. Oxy, not Ani. Come on. I enjoy it, but the reality is whenever I started to visit other asteroids, the game stopped being fun for me. It's the same thing when I'm playing RimWorld. RimWorld is an absolute boatload of fun, guys. We could actually play RimWorld too. When I played RimWorld, it was whenever you went and tried to start another colony, it felt like it was just kind of a waste of time doing it, switching back and forth between them. It felt like you're like losing out on the game when you're playing another, like you're just starting over again. I was trying to force myself to continue, but it's the point when I stopped. I also rather just start a new game than essentially have 2 more games running in parallel. Yeah, that's like RimWorld. Tedious as fuck gameplay, just buy a base game is enough. I can't believe I overpaid. Space travel sounds good, but in reality it's just implemented devs half-assed attempt at best. Option not included has a lot of micro in it, and my guess is that it actually gets worse. Where the fuck did all these spider webs come from? Good. Fuck off, spider. Spider webs literally can just like make an entire nest overnight. This was interesting, but it ends kind of meh. Space travel is flushed out. Setting up other planets is usually the same. Land 2 trailblazers, build up rocket pads, set up a ton of ladders, bunker tiles. DLC, this is a rework of the original game, where instead of having everything on one planet, you need to go to other planets to get what you had in your only planet in the game. That does make it sound a lot less fun. Does add some interesting content, but mainly changes it. Tiny asteroids, not fun. DLC emphasizes the importance of colonizing and maintaining multiple bases on multiple asteroids, and the performance goes to hell so quickly when you start doing this that it becomes pleasant to play. On release for those of the Christmas sale profits, everything is overhauled, nonsensical interactions, bugs. Makes the game so good, you have a fun linear progression, early game, mid-game, late game, no repetition, creative, engaging, and challenging gameplay. In Spaced Out, you basically start an early game, again, on every new asteroid you colonize, the same again and again. Asteroid colonization sounds fun, but the way they implement it makes it clunky, time-consuming, and boring endeavor. Yep. We don't need to play Spaced Out, though. Other one. Frosty Planet Pack. Broken. The opposite. If I remember right, guys, and oxygen not included, the game has what I called heat creep, which is the longer you play, your base just eventually becomes overheated, is the way it works, and you have to use not heat generators. What are they called? Anti-heat engines or whatever they are. DLC that costs 70% of Spaced Out and doesn't even come close to 70% of the content. Flora, fauna, and new buildings, but basically no new mechanics. Heat creep. But after playing a few hundred cycles, the game is almost identical to the base game, and I'm back to building heat eaters to cool down my base. Yep, heat creep. I was expecting cold to be a continuous obstacle throughout the game. You mean like the opposite, where you get too cold? Yeah, like Frostpunk? Oh, old Frostpunk. New Frostpunk is basically a bunch of policies and politics. Old Frostpunk was about dealing with the cold and basically the overwhelming challenge just eventually just falling apart. DLC has a lot in common with the original Shipwreck DLC. That sounds like the space one. I hated the Shipwreck DLC. I played a lot of Don't Starve. Having to constantly move around made the game feel like you're losing progression constantly and boring. Compared to Space Out, this one loses completely in every aspect. It's good in every way. You get to go into space. You get to go to new planets. So exciting that YouTube has played 100 episodes, but Frosty, on the other hand, seems like add new planets that aren't exciting at all, adding only 3 animals and plants. The planets are admirable. I think it's easy to play, not too difficult. DLC fucks up so much stuff. New cold mechanism, small, stupid as bug. Bugs. Yeah. Water systems function properly even with insulation until mid-game. Oxygen production is difficult. Early game. Spaced Out sounds super tedious. I agree with that. Once again, it reminds me of RimWorld and the problems with setting up multiple bases in RimWorld. Give up on your current base or it doesn't matter anymore. Game when you play past a certain point. Play with Spaced Out and negates almost all of the challenge. Stocks are not included, guys, in a long time. Pretty cool game. You build a base inside of their ship. What the fuck is that? Anti-heat machine. Never figured out how to make this work properly. Takes steam and it turns it into hydrogen gas, but also removes heat from the biome. What to play, guys? What to play? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. And Deadlock went and died. One of the bigger options I was considering. Never played DRG, guys. I played Survivor. Quantum. Yeah, I know there's some people that like it. Relatively old game. I think it's like 5 years old at this point.
All aboard the drill-elevator! Oh, it's a drill and an elevator. I get it now.
I see. I was interested in playing Frostpunk till I watched other people play Frostpunk, and then I realized why I didn't want to play Frostpunk 2, guys. So, that killed basically all interest in playing it.
Welcome back. Another DRG update is coming in, hot off the presses. This is Season 5, Drilling Deeper. Let's get right into it. With the Rockpuck's threat neutralized, management has once again turned their attention to their main objective, profit. And our analyses show that there are even greater riches to claim near Hoxie's core. As such, we're expanding our range of operations with the new deep scan missions. Hunt down resonance crystals hidden in the caves, then call down resonance scanners and get them hooked up. These scans will pinpoint the position of your final target, a dazzling Morkite geode. You'll need the brand new drill-elevator to take you all the way down there. Keep local wildlife off the drill platform, maintain the machinery, and stay alive. We need you in one piece when you get down to the Morkite geode, so you can collect the precious Morkite seeds. Then strap on some jet boots and blast back up for extraction. Should be just as easy as it sounds.
Oh, oh.
We've also received reports of a strange new discovery, core stones. These mysterious mineral amalgamations have begun sprouting seemingly at random throughout Hoxie's. Management wants their hands on them, but be forewarned. Disturbing the core stones seem to attract a new type of hyper-aggressive creature, and they're no glyphids. We think they may come from deeper down in Hoxie's. Formerly dubbed core spawn crawlers, these mysterious fiends should not be underestimated. You'll need to dispatch them without hesitation if you want to make it home alive. Mind yourselves on this one, miners. And as if this crawler wasn't enough, we've observed a few other new threats down in the caves. The Glyphid Stalker is a cunning new Glyphid variant. This one is capable of cloaking to near invisibility, burrowing for rapid repositioning, and launching ambush attacks that temporarily disable your shields. If you suspect a Stalker is afoot, group up, watch each other's backs, and cross your fingers. The Vartok Scale Bramble is an invasive plant species consisting of an impenetrable acid-spitting core and an array of sensory feeler nodules. You'll need to take out the nodules to make the deadly core vulnerable. Then there's a new variant of the Infector species, the Barrage Infector. This one's bigger and tougher than its spitballer cousin and fires a devastating salvo of explosive bile. Aim for the sack, and watch out for splash damage.
Watching stuff like this makes me realize,
On the
basically,
subject of new
we talk
challenges,
about basically how
some
Helldivers 2 is
ambitious
such a
miners have been
weird bird,
requesting a
right?
greater
In terms
level
of
difficulty for a while, and the
no other
company
game
has delivered
being like this.
with
This,
Hazard
I'm sure, is
5
more
Plus.
based
We
around
now offer seasoned employees the
stat creep.
opportunity to
So
unlock
level up your
adjustable
character,
Hazard 5
like kind of like Killing Floor
modifiers,
2.
allowing you to boost the
Level up your
aggression and
character, get a
toughness
lot
of enemies,
stronger.
the number of them,
You know, progression
and
based.
even your own vulnerability to damage. Why would anyone want this? Why? To bring home a bigger paycheck, of course. It's a win-win for you and the company, unless Huxley eats you alive. Now, to further
Custom
motivate
difficulty
you in your
like
work,
Hades?
we've got a brand new performance pass for Season 5. With loads of new cosmetics and resources to earn, this new performance pass comes with the usual 100 levels of rewards and a cosmetic tree full of other goodies that you can unlock with script. Free of charge, as always. On the subject of seasons, we're also adding the ability to reactivate and play through any existing season's content whenever you like.
Like Helldivers
Enabling
2.
a season gives you access to the full performance pass and
Which,
cosmetic tree.
to be
of that
perfectly
season,
honest, like
allowing you a
the whole
direct
reason they
path to
originally
any
didn't do that is FOMO, the fear of missing out, right? But then they also realized we have all this content that we just locked up, and people legit would actually pay money that just joined late for the content that they didn't have access to in the first place. Yeah. Yeah, which game started doing that first? It can't be Fortnite. I don't think Fortnite was the one that originally allowed you to do that first. But yeah, like the whole idea that you lock this content behind a wall that people can't ever get to ever again, you know, it seems like a good idea, and it probably encourages people that are up to snuff with the game itself, right? They're like, you know, Overwatch fans that are just like frothing at the mouth to play the latest season and get everything in the season, right? But then there's also plenty of people that don't do that, that are casual players that either joined later in, you know, the game's life, or people that just don't play as much, and it's actually deters them from doing a battle pass because they can't finish it, right? And as it turns out, it's a good idea to actually allow people to go back and do the original content that they paid for, right? Which it is. Yeah, I don't think it can't be Helldivers 2 is the first one that did that. A different game must have done this first.
past unlocks you might have missed.
Yeah.
Any items from these seasons you might already have unlocked will be paid out as cash prizes on the performance pass instead. And should you feel like it, you can simply turn off season content entirely for that original unseasoned DRG experience. Should also be noted, while past seasons rewards are moving out of the cosmetic
They will do
course,
DRG.
cargo crates
They will
and
do
lost
DRG.
pack loot
I didn't think I was going to
pools,
play
got
it.
some brand new
Right now,
goodies going
guys,
in there.
as far as what we have to play, World of Warcraft is done, which I was playing it longer in the tooth than I actually really kind of wanted to do, but I had nothing else to do. World of Warcraft is done. Helldivers 2 we played the shit out of, and I don't plan on going back to it because it's still too much like the original game that we played and I played the shit out of, so I suspect I'll get bored of it right away. And I kind of want them to go on their own path without me, so then I can course correct them again, and then see as they adopt what I talk about without actually acknowledging me, and then do it all over again. So, yeah. Yep. Oh, by the way, if you guys didn't know, the secondary weapon modes for guns are a hit. Yeah. Bravo. Bravo, Arrowhead. Never have I ever seen it ever suggested anywhere. It was a good idea. It was a great idea. Adding secondary modes to weapons, all the weapons. Yeah, well, not all of them. A lot of the weapons, yeah. It actually adds a new dynamic, a new personality to each of the weapons, and actually allows for you to adapt to different situations. If only someone thought of that earlier. Weird. Literally in the Better Diver's Guide, by the way. With that being said, right now, guys, we don't really have much in the way of the games play. I'd play COD if COD had Ground War. It does not. Ground War is actually the fun part of COD, and they removed it for some reason. They removed Ground War, even though Ground War is actually pretty cool. It's the Battlefield version of COD. Deadlock went and died, so we can't play Deadlock. I mean, we could, but it's just basically already popped and fizzled, and the game itself honestly didn't look that much fun, which is also why it popped and fizzled. That leaves basically the stereotypical first-person shooters, Fortnite and Apex. It also leaves Overwatch. We could tank an Overwatch and go back to that. And also Dead by Daylight, which Dead by Daylight is a very unique and weird game. But once again, the game is very hostile to good killers, and I'm a phenomenal killer. You can still find highlights on my Twitch channel and my YouTube for that. Someone's talking shit, guys. You can find highlights on my Twitch channel or my YouTube for that. Probably the best highlights I've ever made was playing that game for 2 years when watching fucking survivors constantly fucking flip out. It was absolutely hilarious. Entitled survivors just constantly flipping out. Absolutely fucking hilarious. That being said, I really don't want to go back to Dead by Daylight. We could, but I don't want to. Dead by Daylight isn't really a normal PvP game. It is like a board game. And that presents its own challenges and own unique game set and own unique way of playing the game. But at the end of the day, it doesn't actually... it doesn't really scratch the same itch a first-person shooter does. So I'd rather not go back to Dead by Daylight. So that basically leaves like Overwatch tanking, which is a possibility. I wouldn't be against that. I think we might do DRG, though. I haven't played DRG before, and obviously the game is pretty well thought out. Or pretty mature, I guess is a better way of putting it. Pretty mature now. Maybe we'll do DRG, and there are some people that watch it and stream it, so it wouldn't be like a complete loss.
Have you more to look forward to?
And I played Survivor, and Survivor's pretty cool.
Now, let's
Although
talk
eventually it
weaponry.
gets extremely
Expanding
grindy.
your arsenal with 12 new overclocks.
Yay!
One for each primary weapon. If loud and imprecise is your style, you can look forward to the Hurricane Launcher's new cluster munitions, the Warthog Shotgun's new pump-action mode, or the new Firewall function for the crisper flamethrower.
Ooh!
If you prefer team support and precision, you might try the Burst Fire module for the GK2
Playing a combination of
rifle,
Minecraft
or
and
TSMC's
zombies.
spread-limiting hyper-alloy assembly.
Not a super
M1
fan of
from
the
Classic's brand new
janky
Mark for
graphics,
Death
but
Dots.
I guess it's part of
And
its
on
charm,
top of
right?
those, we've got plenty of options in the middle to cater to every taste. Expect this should offer some exciting new self-defense options while you're hard at work. Speaking of hard at work,
There's also Orcs Must Die. Like, some of the traps they have in Orcs Must Die are actually pretty creative.
Blood sugar fills the caves with toxic gas that constantly drains your health. But luckily, it also makes old bugs drop red sugar on death. In other words, kill to survive. Duck and cover adds extra scoops of Hoxie's projectile shooting enemies.
I'm sure is all late game shit.
Bob, weave, dodge, and return fire. Ebonite Outbreak.
Also, by the way, with progressive-based games, if you start late, it makes the game very, 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 very foreboding and difficult to deal with. It makes it very difficult for new players to catch up with everyone else. Unless there's catch-up mechanics, which I kind of doubt.
Even fatter
Maybe there are.
And relatedly, we're adding some brand new secondaries too. Management needs your help exterminating the invasive bar barnacles, and to smash the occasional clutch of glyphid eggs before they hatch into a bigger problem. There's a lot more to reveal, but management says to speed it up, so quick fire round. With Season 5, you can also look forward to an unlimited promotion counter to really show off your experience in the mines. New cosmetic filtering options to help organize your growing wardrobe, as well as some new...
I'm not exactly a fan of unlimited progression. The reason for that being, guys, is it makes people that join late also just feel like they can never catch up, as it turns out.
Use them responsibly. 3 new levels of new weapon paint jobs to earn through weapon maintenance assignments. 20 new cave formations to add new depths and variation to every mission. And of course, a
Biomes
ton
are always
of underworld
important.
optimizations and bug fixing has been going on as usual. We've even added support for DLSS 3 for the frames.
That's frame generation.
Finally,
DLSS 3 is
no
fake
season
frames.
is complete without a new DLC pack up for sale. This one grants you the armor of the Order of the Deep, a venerated dwarving mining guild. It's your turn to represent this mighty guild, as generations of greybeards have done before you. Let your pickaxe pierce with the Order's might and claim the deep.
Like I said, I'm not a fan of the art style, but, you know, that's
Just
more
about covers
personal,
it, I
right?
think. You've worked hard on this one, and I'm mighty happy about
I
the
think if they
result.
went with a more realistic
Welcome back,
art style, it
miners,
actually would have been
to
more,
Season 5, drilling deeper.
probably actually would have been
Mission
more
Control, signing off. Rock and
atmospheric and probably more attractive to most people, as opposed to something more kind of Minecrafty. And they could do the same thing; it's still procedurally generated.
I get it now.
Yeah, like the graphics sometimes look so clunky; it's not really even an art style anymore. It just kind of looks like they're bad graphics, which is not where you want to be, right? Yeah, maybe we'll play DRG, guys. I don't have a game to play right now, so I don't know. I don't know what else we're gonna do. Overwatch 2, I think, is probably the closest thing we might actually do other than DRG. Play tank and competitive. But I haven't played DRG before, and I know there's people that say it's a lot of fun. As a small vocal community. But Helldivers 2 is more popular, though, as far as that goes. What kind of blows my mind, guys, why don't game companies do free weekends more often? Like, what is the reasoning behind doing free weekends once every 6 months or once a year, right? Once every 2 years? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you do a free weekend like every other weekend? Because it's 2 days, right? And you can't really get that much done in 2 days, or you could even limit the amount of playtime people can do in the free weekend. So it remains on people's radar, and it's constantly something people might look forward to, and then it'll convince them to actually play the game, right? I talked about this with Helldivers 2. Like, why would you actually only occasionally... Helldivers 2 doesn't have a free weekend. Why would you only occasionally do a free weekend? I get it, you don't want people to play out the game, right? You don't want them to play out the game, you want them to buy the game. But you could do it like once or twice a month, and it becomes something where, people actually either look forward to it, it drives sales, and then people might actually be willing to do it. I don't think, like, a free weekend... I don't think you'd play out a game in a weekend. You might be able to, especially one with a lot of replayability. If it's a single-player game, for sure, right? But like a progression-based game like this, where it sounds like you can sink a bunch of hours into it, it doesn't seem like that's actually, like, something that I'd ever have to worry about. And Helldivers 2 started making comebacks after they started implementing my changes. Good for them. But as far as so it looks like you can still run out of lives in the game. But that being said, there's a lot of people playing at higher difficulties than they never would have before. So it's tough to tell exactly how much, if the difficulty has actually been improved upon, i.e., it's harder, or if it's just people are just bad and they're playing on diff 10. Which is one of the reasons we stopped playing, is because the game was too easy. Oh no, and the Steam rating's too low, guys. We can't play. Unrelated. They actually hit their all-time peak 5 months ago. Pretty incredible. Once again, Dead by Daylight's kind of the same boat here. People seem to think that once the game's released, it's basically a downhill trend. It's not. A game can be out a really, really long... So it is 6 years. A game can be out a really, really long time, and they can keep driving more and more sales. Once again, why wouldn't you do a free weekend like once a month, or once every 2 weeks, right? Maybe even 2 weeks might be too much. Once a month. Why wouldn't you do a free weekend once a month, guys? Just to get people in the door and get their friends in the door and get them to try things, right? I don't think, maybe once every 2 weeks would be too much, but once a month, 100% should be just like, for a game like this, should be status quo. When does Dead by Daylight have free weekends? Why? Why? It's another game where you can't get shit done, and this is a PvP game, so it's just, play forever. You can't get shit done in a fucking weekend. Because, like, in Dead by Daylight's case, they could do it once every 2 weeks, and it still drives sales. Because the base game, they don't actually make all the money on the base game. What they make money on in case of Dead by Daylight is all the DLC. You can't actually progress in the game far enough to actually be to get your fill of it in a weekend or even, multiple weekends. Finals is like this game. Who the fuck? The finals is absolutely nothing like Deep Rock Galactic. What the fuck is this shit? Buy Deep Rock Galactic. $10. Dwarven Legacy. I would 100%, by the way, play COD right now if there was Ground War. There isn't, and it's not even confirmed. Cosmetics, Supporter Pack 1 and 2. All cosmetic? Maybe we'll play DRG, guys. This is something where you have to kind of, maybe I'll have to go look at streams, but I'm kind of curious how well this works for new players, or if this is just like shit where you play it with your friends and you're just shit out of luck if you're a new player. If you go into a fucking game with people that are level 99 and you're level 1, it just kind of makes things pointless. Let's see. Deep Rock Galactic, new player friendly. Game is so new player friendly. Alright. 60 hours into this, I have one character promoted and working others around 20 plus. I want to say the game is awesome, super easy to get into. Come from Destiny 2, someone picked it up downtime, was looking for something looter shooter to invest in. Barely looked at any guides. I don't want to look at guides. In-game resources, watching others players. The only thing I had to look into is overclocking to get better understanding. The community is awesome to really makes me motivated to play. I don't care about the community. Like, I don't want to play this solo. That sounds really boring. Best co-op game in the horde shooter genre. No. I guess that's prior to Helldivers 2 coming out. Was it? No, Helldivers 2 was this spring. You don't need to jerk off the game. Difficulty-based, scale based on the number of players. Play solo, you get a helper named Bosco. Like the game, I'd say it's beginner friendly. It's not very complex in terms of character builds. It's not necessarily about complexity to be player friendly. It's catch-up mechanics for a game that's been out for 6 years. That's a big deal. New player with no friends get into this. I wouldn't recommend playing with randoms, but DRG is not among them. Best game to play with random players. There's almost never issues with dwarves having loadouts that don't synergize, and teamwork comes naturally. The laser pointer and the minimap are excellent. Play most times with randoms. Ooh, that's like Helldivers 2, guys. Helldivers 2, guys, and I mentioned this when I first played the game, is in its own genre. It's in its own little kind of sphere in how well it works out and your ability to play and just work with people that you've just never been around. I literally spent almost all my time playing with randoms, and I never talked to them. It didn't fucking matter. And it was all right. Everyone just kind of went and, do their own thing or help each other, and just, kind of works out. That's like good game design. Play with randos. All your friends used to be randos once. I don't want to make friends, though. I just want to play with people and pretend to be friends. I want to pretend to be friends. Easy to play solo. I don't want to play solo. Let's see. Deep Rock Galactic. New playing with playing with randoms. Playing with randoms worth it. It's less tedious. It's all about just the random shit that happens when you play with randoms or just people. 95% of the time it's more fun, 5% is a gamble. Greenbeard's joining a mission. Difficulty way too difficult. Griefers, hackers make up the last 5%. But it will ruin your gaming experience. Generally speaking, it's usually more fun with randoms than solo. Of course, more fun with friends. 5% of my games are with randoms. Playing about Greenbeard's joining because Hazard Mission's a lot of the sub, but personally I've never dealt with Greenbeards that were completely clueless. I guess it's just new players. Shooting bugs good, dying bad. We're all on voice comms. I don't want to use voice comms. Ping is the way to go, guys. Ping systems are the wave of the future. Not really the wave of the future. Ping systems should be in every fucking game. Voice comms are highly, highly, highly fucking overrated. I learned that in Overwatch, where I did the best I've ever done in that game by turning off voice comms. Well, making it so people couldn't talk to me. I'd still talk to people, but they couldn't talk to me. People just like to pretend that what they say matters, and most of the time it doesn't. Obviously, you can't make complex plans with the ping system, right? For the most part, you can't make complex plans with the ping system. But most of the time, if you've listened to voice comms, guys, in like professional esports, almost all the time it is not complex plans. It's people literally shouting the same thing over and over and over again and saying someone's one when they aren't one, and then they have to be literal one because one no longer means one, and then absolute literal one because literal one was taken over and no longer means literally one shot anymore because they want to pretend that they did more than they actually did when in fact they actually aren't one shot. And then you will risk your life to kill someone that isn't actually one shot anymore, and then they'll say they healed. You're a dumbass. Oh, jeez. And calling out cooldowns, well, it's sometimes helpful. Most people are around the fight when it actually matters, or around the fight and they can see people use cooldowns, so calling them out doesn't even matter. There's almost no reason to use voice comms besides social. And in the case of Overwatch, social usually is not what goes on voice comms, unless you're a streamer and people are trying to jerk you off. So voice comms literally have no purpose in most games. You can make advanced plans with them for sure, but most people are not making advanced plans, and even then most people are not going to abide or go through with an advanced plan even if you try to make one. Pings, on the other hand, are extremely useful because it immediately gives you a heads up. It shows you exactly where it is in game in a 3D space, and you know exactly what's going on depending on the kind of ping it is. Pings are phenomenal. Ping system I am fully on board with, and I think most games... I think the first game I played with a good ping system was Heroes of the Storm. And after that point, really, just every game needed to have a ping system, and most have adopted them, so Ping systems in every game are incredibly important. Incredibly important. I guess we're going to play DRG, guys. Maybe not tonight. Maybe not tonight. But I think tomorrow we're going to play DRG. I'm not going to start on this tonight. It's going to take too long. We'll buy the basic version, the basic bitch, and then... What? My payment? I don't know what I just used to pay for this. Okay. Alright, well. We are not playing this tonight. Playing this tomorrow, though. Not much else going on here, guys. Auction not included. I don't really feel like playing a single-player game right now. Something to play to chill out to, which is what we're doing in WoW for the most part. DRG, guys! Oh my god, right there. Almost finished installing already. We're going to be doing DRG tomorrow. We will enter thy community. Space Marines 2, I think we're done with. Space Marines 2 suffered, like, it's a really cool game, but it 100% suffers from replayability issues, which can be, like, I made a video on that, which could be 100% helped alleviated by making procedural generation. It basically, in a game like that, it needs procedural generation if they want people to play it for a prolonged period of time. Doesn't need to be fucking Helldivers 2, but they need to have randomized, procedurally generated missions, and it doesn't have it, so... Yeah, that game probably would have lasted a lot longer if it had procedural generation. And it's not even on the roadmap. They have a horde mode on the roadmap, and that's not going to fix it. Last Stand games, unless they're, once again, have more to them, are just... It's been done already. COD Zombies has been done a long time ago. It's not really... COD Zombies probably does it better. Really where you need to be. Done. Is there a sale going on right now? Why was it cheap? I don't know. There's the Steam sale coming up. Doesn't matter. Oxygen not included? Looks a lot like... Is this Clyde Games? L Games. I always criticize Oxygen Not Included for not having not a PvP. It did not have a PvE element in it, and I think it would make it infinitely better. They didn't want to add it, but I think it would have made the game infinitely better. Like this. Is if there was a PvE element, because you could come up with all sorts of cool ways to trap and kill, like, mobs, and they just never did it. There is very, very light PvE because some of the mobs can be hostile, but it doesn't really exist in the game. So it's like a crappy version of Oxygen Not Included that has PvE. With rats. There's no real-time option. Okay. Game pauses all the time completely, and there's no way to change this option. Rimworld and Oxygen Not Included. Pace and skill curve is too steep. I really still think, by the way, if they want to improve Oxygen Not Included, they add a PvE element to that game and it'd instantly just reignite it. Because it is. Oxygen Not Included is a very, very cool game, but it's like PvE in the strictest sense, meaning player versus the environment, so weather, climate, as opposed to player versus, you know, animals, right? In that regard, like, you know, like fighting mobs or something. They could immediately, instantly reignite the game if they had a PvE to it. They don't want to do it. War is not for them, guys. Weird, because Don't Starve has a lot of PvE in it. Alright, what time is it, guys? You know what we should do here? I think we're gonna do... We're gonna do some Deep Rock Galactic Survivor right now. Do a game or two. Tomorrow we're gonna start on Deep Rock Galactic. Mainly because we have some time to kill here. I don't know. Yeah, we'll do a game or two. Tomorrow, as I mentioned, guys, we're going to go to DRG. Okay. So what do I want to work on? Let's do a Biome Mastery. Those are usually longer games. Maybe do Magma.
I'll do a hazard 1.
Really done Gunner much. I've done a shitload of Driller. Mainly because he drills, as it turns out. Let's do Heavy Gunner. I just unlocked this yesterday. Started playing harder classes, or playing Gunner.
Stand aside, well pipers.
Timing mastery requires you to get your hands
Right.
dirty. You have what it takes.
It's for me.
Itch.
Cowabunga.
Problem with the autocannon is... Fires one direction. It is very, very unforgiving. Works later on. Early on, not super great. I want the fucking red shit.
Took out a loot bug. I'm gonna go with this.
Guy is pretty good. Oh, wait. I've actually done this one. So because we're playing Biome Mastery last 10 waves. 8 cold weapons. I've done the ball one, which is alright as a 3rd or 4th weapon.
Breach cutter. Like
Find out.
knife through butter.
Oh, that looks like another 3rd or 4th weapon. Targeting those game guys is something to be desired sometimes.
Clear out the landing zone.
Might as well.
Excuse you. Excuse you.
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming.
Show your light off. Cowabunga.
Crowd.
Prepare for impact.
Heads up.
Always this. This is pretty good too.
Reel it in.
Piercing. It already has a shitload of piercing. Load basic. Piercing. I think it already pierces a shitload. Piercing, reload speed. Yes. It's always better than fire rate. See if something. Fuck. Or you get a mod that slows it down super hardcore.
The drop pod is prepped and ready.
Mind speed.
I'm a better dwarf than
Get
yesterday.
yourself onto that drop pod. It's about to head out.
Had plenty of time. What is he talking about?
Right between the eyes.
You made short work of stage 1. Well done, miner.
70 max HP. I mean, that's very difficult to pass. I don't think it matters. A lot of HP.
The stuff of legends. More options. It's a little extra
Great.
special.
Damage.
Load up and get going, miner. We have quotas to fulfill.
This place is almost nice compared to last time.
Tiger bitch. I want what's in you.
Trying to
Yep.
escape a dwarf who wants your precious
Per
minerals.
chance. This is also good, especially because we're playing 10 levels here. Already 51% because of the mod.
I rarely go for this one. This one.
I don't want more fire rate than that. We're 100% going to get max 7 level. The game slows down a lot after you get to about
Die!
50.
Oh yeah. Jason! Feel much better now.
Acid. This guy kind of sucks. I'm convinced this is one of the worst weapons in the game. I've tried it so many different times. It just sucks. Getting slow beam. Might. Phenomenal.
Hunter drone. Hell yeah.
Swarm detected. Get ready. They'll be with you shortly.
It'll do. Alien.
Too much crap to send in the supply pod. Clear out the LZ, please.
Autocannon absolutely destroys.
Die!
Dude, playing games with contacts in is horrible. Absolutely fucking horrible.
Don't mind if I do. This will help me work harder. Don't
Fuck
mind
for
if I
sure.
do.
Fuck. Value? Status effect. We do have some burning. Find gold when mining. XP when I take damage. Well, there's that.
I'm raring to try this out.
Objective completed.
Oh, this is it.
Knockback and damage. Damage and reload. Do I want knockback, guys? Sure.
Now we're cooking with gas.
Already has knockback. Even more knockback. Reload speed for our,
Suck on this, you
Quota
freak.
satisfied. The drop pod is arriving. Get moving.
Ah,
We won't
for our
find you.
tethered, whatever the fuck that is. Tethered plasma balls.
Stay
I'll show you some tethered plasma balls.
taking you closer to your target.
More reload speed for sure.
That's a
Damage
no-brainer.
and burn.
Overclock, my favorite type of clock. I'm gonna be the best survivor. More options.
Weapon range. What the fuck does it even do? No, I'm pretty sure there's a life expectancy component to the weapon. There isn't. Lasting. Does. We're gonna save this.
Surely next time will be better.
Surely. Yep.
You have your objectives. Get it done, miner.
When the damn bugs start feeling like family, you know it's time to quit.
True. Edwin, how's your evening going, bro? How's life?
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming.
Alright.
This is gonna help me be a perfect warrior. Power up my kin forces through me.
We're gonna get pretty much everything to overclock too, so.
The supply pod LZ's blocked. Please clear it out.
That big of a deal? Oh, Path of Exile? Path of Exile is like lifer. That's a lifer game. I don't really like the RPGs, although that's... or dungeon crawlers, although that's probably one of the better dungeon crawlers, because it's... Like, Diablo and like Path of Exile isn't even about playing the game. It's about building your character, and then you just like play the game on auto. Like, you don't actually even play the game. You just... What?
Beat it. It's a
The
grenade.
kinetic. Normally I do the fire.
That hit the spot.
The swarm is heading your way. Load up.
Hey, about elections? Yes, I did. It's at the beginning of the stream, if you're actually curious. By the way, we talked about it for about an hour. There's a lot of really weird... This whole clown show of election, a lot of really weird shit that was going on this entire election. It just doesn't fucking make sense. Democrats literally fucking threw. Like, not Trump won. Democrats threw. I have to make sure to point that out, guys. It wasn't... Trump didn't win, and I voted for Trump. Trump didn't win. Democrats literally threw the game. They didn't want to play. That's the best way of wording that. They literally ostracized voters. They ostracized men. They're too idealistic. They had easy options available to them. They threw the fucking thing. They threw the whole thing. It was in the bag, and they just threw it out. Like, just... Can't make this shit up. It's absolutely fucking absurd. 6 months ago, guys, I wouldn't even have suggested I would ever vote for Trump. And there's a lot, by the way, there's a lot going on there. There's an absolute lot going on there. Yeah. Oh, because I'm on Twitch, I guess. Depends on which platform you're talking about and cancel on. Yeah. I mean, I voted for him for a lot of different reasons. I don't even want to vote for him. There's a lot of different reasons. Mainly the big one that came down to is censorship. Is the big one because it's bipartisan. And both sides should be for no censorship. And when one side starts advocating for it, you know you're on the wrong side. Sadly. But I talked about it for about an hour at the beginning of the stream.
Don't mind if I do.
Curious about that more in depth. You'll have to talk about Biden and his health and the weird shit with that. That's something. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. Mainly because he recovered. It's not like he had dementia, guys. It's not like he fucking had dementia or he's senile and he's just getting old. He literally recovered from whatever the fuck was happening to him. It just makes it really weird. Really, really weird.
Hell yes.
Third. Yeah, it's actually, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. If they had a proper primary, RFK would have been the primary candidate, and I would have voted for him, and he probably would have won hands down. He would have easily won if the Democrats ran him. He didn't. They forced Harris into the position, and she bombed that shit. Once again, there's a lot of things we discussed at the beginning of the stream. There's a lot of stuff going on there.
This one looks bad. This works.
Radius. Fucking crazy. Yeah, I voted... I must have the weirdest looking fucking election ballot. I voted Trump for president, and I voted Democrat for everything fucking else. Can't make this shit up. Literally can't. Someone fucking is laughing about it.
Feels like a brand new gun now. You don't see these every day. I'm a better dwarf than yesterday.
That already. Holy shit.
That legendary.
I don't think there's really much of a wrong answer here, guys, because pretty much all of our weapons, once we're going to get to 16. Yeah, so the weird thing is, I want to point out is, she absolutely destroyed the debate. She hands down, guys, hands down destroyed the debate. She did. There's no way, she destroyed Trump the debate. The weird thing is, if you look at every other one of her speeches, every public, like almost every single public interaction where she sits there, she has no idea what to say. She has no idea what she's talking about, and she talks in vagaries, like just, you know, we'll get there. We're working on it right now. You know, like the stuff that like sleazy car, like she does like what Trump does, only Trump does it better. He's a really good used car salesman, and she doesn't like. I don't know what was going on there. It's pretty easy to tell, and that she must have been wearing like a earpiece during the debate. It was just, like the juxtaposition between the two opposite sides of the spectrum here is so big. There's no way that like. She can't basically give an interview outside of the debate. It doesn't make sense. Pretty absurd. Yeah, it was fucking weird. The whole interaction is weird. It's pretty clear that someone was doing something to Biden. That's why his health deteriorated. And then lo and behold, he's almost back to normal after basically is over. So yeah, that's another really big one. If you looked at his most recent, we watched it at the beginning of the stream. If you looked at his most recent speeches, like it's someone I'd vote for again. And where the fuck was that during the election? No idea. Absolutely no idea. It's a clown show. The whole thing was a fucking clown show. Music and everything. Yeah, because I've been offline. We aren't playing World of Warcraft, by the way. I got suspended in World of Warcraft for saying your mom likes it slow. Not joking. Showed the message at the beginning of the stream. Your mom likes it slow got me banned and suspended in World of Warcraft. So. Ah, unreal. Absolutely fucking unreal. Care Bear Land. Yeah, not even a swear word in it. Just your mom likes to slow a meme, your mom joke. Fuck. Another game. It's a teen rating game, guys. PG-13 definitely allows it. Teen rated games allow more than that, and it's worse than G-rated films. Disney films, by the way, have innuendo in them. We don't want critical. I have critical build. Yeah, you can think whatever you want about that, guys. It basically just came down to censorship. That's what it all came down to. Just views on censorship. Can't talk about your issues, you can't get them fixed, and you can't begin to solve them. It's the last thing anyone wants. But some people apparently... Left really likes censorship for some reason, like they think it'll never be used against them, which is really, really weird. Really, really weird, guys. Because what happens when someone in the right's in the White House? What happens to your censorship then? Oh, like right now. You don't want censorship anymore, do you? Some people probably think they do. And they don't know what they're actually thinking of.
This one almost makes it too easy.
Bunch of pussies, yeah. You really want to send that out of win? Maybe. Like, I wouldn't ban you for that. Like, as far as like people on my channel and ban goes, usually it's just people being assholes. Not really stuff to say. If you're really like a racist cunt or something like that, you're saying like some really egregious shit, sure I'll ban you, but you have to take a bit to get there. Fucking Care Bear Land, wow.
Prepare to fight for your life. The big swarm is approaching.
Think you can kill me? Think again.
Area. Oh yeah.
This'll do.
Well, that's the way it works, guys. Like I said, this whole election was just a fucking clown show. It makes no sense. It just, like, the fucking Democrats they threw. They weren't taking it seriously, too ideological, and they threw. They were unwilling to compromise on anything that they needed to. They didn't want to listen to their voters. They wanted to plan that they had the absolute best plan in the world, not even bothering. And even, like, the fucking denial across social media right now that they just needed to, like, they needed to get into the right sphere more because people like them more. Bro, you have no idea what you're talking about. Denial, absolute denial, and gaslighting themselves. Pain. They don't even want to listen to people. They just want to listen to themselves and then tell you you're wrong for thinking anything other than what they're thinking. That instantly died. Oh, this does the bullets.
And ready, miner. We need you to clean up the landing zone.
Yes, please.
Problem with this game, guys, is sometimes when you get too much shit on your screen, there's just stuff everywhere and you can't see the monster.
That's the one.
The swarm is heading your way. Load up.
I'm a new dwarf. Bring the fire. Points on it.
Magnet there, I love that.
I'm gonna be the best survivor.
A fire rate negative 15 accuracy. Oh, it's a shotgun. I wonder how much negative 15 even means. I don't know. Last bullet fires in all directions. Never actually played with Gunner much. Let's try that.
It's gonna change everything. Power of thy kin courses through me. I'll take this one.
Pierce extra drone. That's actually huge.
I knew today was gonna be good.
You have 5. That's actually a free extra weapon. I'll take that for sure. Also, by the way, it breaks the UE. I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it breaks the UE. And that instantly fucking died.
Satisfied. The drop pod is arriving. Get moving. It won't hang around.
Nice. I'll take it.
Or beams.
Put a bit of extra.
I don't know what that means. 3 balls. Oh, well, okay. Plasma kind of sucks in itself, but when you upgrade it, it starts causing a lot of chaos, especially in the salt realm where you have a bunch of walls. Yeah, I mean, like anyone that like the right obviously is clapping their hands or patting themselves on the back and shouting to the high sky about how amazing Trump is and whatever, but it really just came down to Democrats throwing. That's it.
Looks beautiful, like me. Next. Feels rare. Feels right.
Yep.
This is the big one, Miner. Find and destroy the cocoons and take out that dreadnought.
Did I ever get the rest of the blues? I don't remember. But yeah, if you're curious about that, we had talked about it for about an hour at the beginning of the stream. I also looked at the 9800 X3D reviews, which is a very promising CPU.
Yeah.
One thing I do like doing about the biome mastery is that the game lasts longer and gives you more time to actually flesh out your builds. It feels more fulfilling playing it too. It feels like the 5 is too short.
Objective completed.
Give me that.
Also, the boss realm usually has a bunch of gold and minerals in it. There's our mod. I don't know what it's called. Need for upgrades. I got a bunch of them now, though. Need minerals and stuff more.
Much better.
Oh, the 3 balls definitely creates a shitload of chaos. Dead. What matters more than the upgrades, because once again we're going to cap out, is getting minerals so we can upgrade the weapons at the drop ship. Here we go. I'll take that.
Too much crap in the way. Supplies can't land. Clear it out, Miner.
Found some cropper.
A lot of green. I mean, it might be the biome. It might be the biome we're playing in right now.
Much better. Sure. Why
Got a
not?
launch. Supplies inbound.
I drop kill.
Literally gonna kill us. This would 100% kill us, guys. Yep. That's one you don't want.
This is my pick.
Get everything. Always twins.
Watch out! It's big and it's dangerous. Gotta have it.
Well done, team. Immediate dreadnought threat eliminated.
Rip. Autocannon absolutely does work.
Get there before the timer runs out.
Some of the weapons, I don't understand the balance in this game, much like Helldivers 2. The weapon balancing in this game, guys, is all over the place. And they even have, like, mechanics in the game for you to help figure it out, too. They have, hey, we can afford it now.
Just the upgrade I was looking
Like,
for.
damage meters and such at the end. And they just, like I said, the crisper really, really sucks. Either I haven't figured out how to use it. Some of the weapons really suck.
Need it. Let's shake it up. You don't see these every... I want another go. Next. Let's shake it up. Feels rare. Feels right.
This is a simple mining mission. Get it done, miner.
I made the right choice. This is coming through.
And tomorrow, guys, we're going to be doing actual DRG, not Survivor. We're just doing this for funsies, because it's the end of the stream-ish. I'm curious what the range on it does. How far the beams spread. It could be how far the balls spread apart from each other before they come apart. It could be the lifetime.
Big swarm detected. Buggerman, get ready.
I just became a better dwarf.
We have a supply pod prep for you. We need the LZ clear.
You want the ball?
The swarm's heading your way. Load up.
Everything gets capped basically around
Sweet. Put a bit of extra
now 50 to 60. So there's no real reason to go after a bunch of XP because it doesn't really matter that much.
There you go. Delivery of one resupply for you, miner.
Damage.
Yeah, now we're talking.
The swarm's heading your way. Load up.
Drones are super good. I don't think they always were. They buffed them at some point.
This one looks best.
That one died.
Get you completed, miner.
Rip.
Get to the drop pod before it heads back to orbit.
So the ball weapon doesn't actually benefit from lifetime.
Power up my kin forces through.
Look at the balls. Look at the balls. I think the range is the distance that the balls will hook to each other.
Next, keep it together.
It drastically improves them. Another beam. Sure.
Choice.
Benefit from status effect damage.
Let me try again. I'm feeling lucky. I rarely go for this one.
You know the drill, Miner. Fulfill your objectives. Let's get out of here.
Another one for collecting the blue minerals.
I like it.
And lava and mine.
Feeling much better now.
Can't land the supply pod. Impact zone is cluttered. Get it fixed.
Oh, it's chaos. Normally, I don't think I'd ever take a boomerang. Actually, I've never spent that much time with the boomerang. Some of the weapons, if you do, like... The cool thing about some of the updates they've done, like the weapon training part, is you can actually try some weapons that you might not have done or used. An idea for them. Plasma balls have to be doing a shitload of work off screen.
Swarm's heading your way. Load up.
Now this is a rare treat.
Dodge, wolf dodging.
Objective completed.
Yoink.
The swarm's heading your way. Load up.
Got it right between the eyes. I'm not scared of you.
The dead end. Ah, very tricky. They did that at some point.
Swarm detected. Buggerman, get ready.
Open. Yoink. Got it right between the eyes. I killed the loot bug, and I'm not so proud about it.
But, oh, you almost died.
Shoot it in the face.
Thank you to last. Oh, he's dead.
Have a bullet in the
Oh, there's two. Oh. Dead too.
All tasks complete. Stage finished.
Autocannon absolutely does a ridiculous amount of work.
Before it leaves. Time's ticking, Miner. Move it.
Dodge. I had plenty of time. I could have got the rest of that, guys.
Eight is next. Keep it together.
Damage of everything, yes. Damage, yes. Beams, that is insane. We're gonna try and level up our other overclocks here.
I'm feeling lucky.
No matter how we're doing it either.
Just what I needed. Let me try again.
You have your objectives. Get it
Fortunately, it
done,
means
Miner.
we need a lot of nitro. Nitro is basically all your weapon upgrades, except for the all upgrades. Those don't level up your weapon. You get overclocked, which actually do all the work. Jesus Christ. I'd actually say these are better than the plasma balls. It's like just literally lines everywhere. It's like the Tesla towers, only a lot better. Another beam? Oh yeah? Sure, why not? Sure, why not, guys? It's definitely better than the normal plasma launcher.
Swarm's heading your way. Load up.
Well, the normal plasma launcher is pretty good. That. Christ. Do that, try and get them up to their overclock.
We got a swarm incoming. Can't land the supply pod. Impact zone is cluttered. Get it fixed.
Ah, thanks, guys.
Heading your way. Load up.
Boom, baby! See you in hell! Come and get me, you big fuck! That's all you got, you slippery shit!
Oh, I love standing in lava to mine. Wow, this is great. Lava doesn't, despite the fact that you're standing in lava, it doesn't actually do that much damage. It's like 2 ticks per second.
I
Cool
can't
game.
get enough of this rare stuff!
Landing zone ready. Impact.
I'll take
That, even though we're pretty late at this point.
your ugly son of
Drop pod has arrived. Get there before the timer runs out. The drop pod is not going to hang around.
Oh, I get a heal going into the ship, don't I? Perfect.
Pushing, miner.
I've never used the purple balls before. Those purple balls. I have other purple balls I've used. Let's see.
I rarely go for this one. Surely next time will be better. Surely next time will be better. I rarely go for this one. Surely next time will be better. I'm having an epic vision.
There's beasties
9 out of
to
10.
shoot and work to be done. Get to it, miner.
Biomes are pretty good for collecting your, the Biomastery is pretty good for collecting, minerals.
I'm really not ready for this. Woo, baby. Say hello to my little friend.
The scanner just lit up like a Christmas tree. We got a swarm incoming.
Roll back to hell. Break the fight.
Brian, trying so hard. This is only level 1 though.
Right for the supply pod. Get it cleared out, miner.
3 levels, take that. Potency. Ooh, yes.
This one makes me want to be a better dwarf. This works.
Fire.
Says it's time to kill.
Big swarm detected.
By the way, guys, this is actually, it's a really cheap game. And if you want like a kind of chill game to play, it's generally what I play nowadays. All that being said, later on it gets super grindy. It feels like you're not really doing much of anything. As far as progression goes, piercing. See if we can level up any of the other guys. But oh, don't come closer! I'm gonna kill you! Oh no! Oh! Magnet, we need that. Needs it. I bet we're gonna get maybe a level out of the magnet. We're lucky. The fucking XP guys in just 1 level.
I'll take this one. This felt better.
That elite never stood a chance.
Alrighty.
I will see to it there is a beer on the house when you make it back. If you make it back.
My dick. Always such a pessimist. Alright.
Let me try again. Dibs. Gonna roll the dice on this one. Overclock time, baby.
Irv?
This'll do. Show me more. You don't see these every day.
Alrighty.
The dreadnought will emerge when you destroy the small cocoons. And watch
Find
out
some
for
minerals.
Keep your cool. You will make it out just fine.
Dead.
I hope this mission will pay off handsomely.
That's also the ball. We need to get the ball. Get there. We don't need gold or nitro anymore because it doesn't carry over at the end. Oh, poor guy. Never stood a chance. Dude, I was so out of range of that. One of the problems I do have with this game is they're using some sort of like ancient shitty engine. And there's definitely problems with you taking damage when you're not actually near stuff, and also not doing damage when your like stuff gets hit. Really annoying, like when you're trying to ride the edge of a swarm and then you still get hit by it. Got everything?
I'll take it.
But that's this guy. Dead. Am I trapped here with you, or are you trapped in here with me? And he was trapped in there with me. So the balls have, like the autocannon obviously doing work, guys, but those balls have to do an absolute shitload of clear right now. Let's see. Were autocannon obviously doing work? Yeah, so it's exactly what I thought. These guys, the drones are always very good. This guy apparently is also extremely good. One of the things they did change, by the way, is you can get overclocks prior to unlocking the level 12 overclock. That's actually a huge deal. Huge fucking deal. And like leveling up weapons when you couldn't get the overclocks was pain and suffering. Pretty much exactly what I thought. This guy didn't really do much of anything. We'd be better off with the fire grenade. Ring didn't do anything. They're pretty low level though. Clear, and this was single target. Look at that. Look at that haul, guys. Beautiful. Let's see. Damage. Life regen sucks. Starting gold. Some of the jumping points. Pay for the 1% movement speed. Alright. Good to go, guys. Once again, I think tomorrow, guys, we're going to be starting on Deep Rock Galactic. I didn't have a game to plan for tonight and in general after World of Warcraft, but I guess that's where we're going is Deep Rock Galactic. I have not played it before. It's an old game. It's pretty mature. There's still decent people that play it and really enjoy it, so we'll give it a shot and see where it goes. I'm all for playing that. It seems like it might be pretty fun. The community seems pretty ecstatic about it, so we'll see where it goes. That's a small streaming community, too. See where that goes. As far as the future games go, guys, I have no idea. We'll have to see once again, but tonight will be Deep Rock Galactic, the normal one, not Survivor. And see how that goes, guys. But yeah. If you're curious about my thoughts on the election, if you are into politics, some people aren't. They really hate it. Weirdly enough, the left really seems to hate talking about politics after they lost, but in video games, make sure you don't talk about politics. Have no place in video games, guys. No place in video games, especially after you lose. So, yeah. And I'm not all for it's just, like, hypocrisy, guys, I found fucking hilarious. People that have no backbone, no integrity, I find fucking hilarious. Hypocrisy, double standards, people that don't hold others to the same standards they hold themselves to are fucking hilarious. And they should be called on their shit. And for some strange reason nowadays they aren't, and I don't really get it. It's like people, they expect you just to forget that they're doing dumb shit. And yeah, both left and right do it, by the way. That's not purely just a right-leaning take. A lot of people are dumb. But yeah, it's actually just kind of a big one right now, so. But if you're curious on politics, first hour of the stream, followed after politics, we talked about the 9800 X3D. Cover the launch of that. It is a very good processor. However, I am holding out for the 9950 X3D because I think that's actually going to be a monster. Comparably, the 9800 X3D is, if you don't know where the AMD chips work, the 12 and 16 core model have two CCDs, or two chips on the same chiplet. The 9800 X3D is one, but in the case of 7950 X3D, only one of these had the extra cache on it. In the case of the 9900 and the 9950 X3D, both of them are supposedly going to have cache on them, which is going to be, we'll see. It's going to be absolutely ridiculous, but yeah. If you're curious about that, also take a look. But the 9800 X3D, everyone's clapping their hands about, like clapping like monkeys. But I think the 12-core model might actually be really, really good because there's games nowadays that actually use more than 8 cores, and the 12-core model might be a really good sweet spot. Not even the 16, but the 12-core might actually be a really good sweet spot. It all depends on how it's tested and what games you're testing. We'll have to see. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's sold out everywhere. It's scalped. You have to pay like an extra $200 to buy one nowadays. But I'd actually just wait for the 9900 X3D might actually be really good. Assuming depending on what kind of games you're playing too. So your mileage might vary, but that's what I'm looking forward to. That supposedly, allegedly, so a rumor, is it's going to launch in CES, which is in a month and a half from now. So CES is basically first week of January, as it turns out. And that's what I'm looking forward to. Also, the 5090 is going to launch in January too. So wait and see. Either way, basically what happens for me is I just resell my hardware right away, guys, after I buy something new, and saves on upgrade costs, as it turns out, assuming you don't let it degrade or lose value, depreciate. Alrighty, guys, we're out here for this evening, guys. Tonight will be normal Deep Rock Galactic. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed the politics, you enjoyed watching, make sure to follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, as well as TikTok. every day from late night to early morning, GMT minus 6 to late night North American time. You stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc. I miss streaming with a camera on, guys, but it seems like people don't even care, and like I can't handle streaming with contacts in. I have contacts in right now, and it really, really dries out my eyes, makes everything blurry. Not a fan. But some people are like allergic to glasses or something, so maybe I just need to get LASIK, guys. Is what's going on? Maybe I have to get LASIK nowadays. I don't know. Not exactly sure. Some people are really fucking stupid, and they don't understand how prisms work. So when they look into your glasses and they see things are distorted, they think you're like a homunculus or something, because they're too stupid to understand how prisms work to bend light so you can see properly, right? Yeah, I don't fucking understand people, but that's the way they are. They're monkeys. Part of living in life, guys. But I don't know. Either way, guys, I'm out here for this evening, guys. Tonight will be normal Deep Rock Galactic. We'll go with that. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Saturday night and Sunday morning. Have a good day, guys.